Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. U.S. House candidate Reed Reisner's attorney filed a police report on Wednesday on a Chuck Gray supporter and former sheriff's deputy for allegedly threatening Reisner. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the former deputy denies making a threat.
I called the former deputy and he adamantly denies it. He said, no, I never made that call. I have made negative comments to Reisner on social, but I never made that call. The former deputy sent me what appears to be a screenshot of his wireless carrier's call log for him. Team Reisner sent a screenshot that appears to be his call log that shows the call as being received Sunday morning. At this point, we can't confirm if the call was made. We have dueling screenshots from both men.
A person who makes a false report to law enforcement can be charged with false reporting, and a person who lies to law enforcement in an investigation can be charged with interference, both misdemeanors. 4 hours after no showing in court on 72 child sex charges in a Wyoming court on Tuesday, John C. Smallbone was arrested in San Francisco. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Sheriff Clint Becker says, quote, "We didn't want a person with those types of charges to be out and about."
He forfeited the $250,000 cash that someone posted for him for bond. However, only 4 hours after that hearing ended, he was arrested in San Francisco on a new warrant that the judge had just issued for him. But doing the math, that cost him about $62,500 per hour of extra freedom there. The Commerce County Sheriff, when I talked to him, he said really credited his investigators for doing that. I asked the sheriff how they knew to alert the San Francisco police to look for him, and he said they really can't divulge how they knew that he was going there.
The San Francisco Sheriff's Office confirms through its online inmate roster that Smallbone remains in custody there, being held on the Wyoming fugitive felony warrant. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Wrap up your summer at the Wyoming State Fair, August 11th through the 15th in Douglas. Experience Wyoming's annual celebration of agriculture, community, and tradition with delicious fair food, carnival rides, shopping, exhibits, and unforgettable grandstand events. From Wyoming's Ranch Rodeo Finals to free breakaway roping to 2 nights of PRCA Rodeo and the Demolition Derby, there's something for everyone. Plan your trip at wystatefair.com.
This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time Cowboy Energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Teton County Search and Rescue recovered the body of an unidentified Australian man in the Teton Range on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the man, who was attempting a through hike of the Continental Divide Trail, is believed to have died from a fall off a ridgeline.
He had reached Old Faithful in Yellowstone by July 19th, and the last update his family got via satellite device was on July 23rd, but it didn't include a message or any coordinates. Teton County Search and Rescue was able to get coordinates from that message. They got a short-haul helicopter on Wednesday morning to head out to that area, and unfortunately, the man was found deceased at the bottom of a ridgeline. It's believed he died from the fall.
According to Teton County Search and Rescue, the 28-year-old Australian man was hiking the full Continental Divide Trail, a 3,028-mile route that stretches from the Rockies from Alberta, Canada, to Chihuahua, Mexico. A Utah man died after collapsing inside a Lincoln County jail following his arrest at Southwest Wyoming's Oyster Ridge Music Festival. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that 38-year-old Tyson Alvarez is being remembered by friends as someone whose struggles with addiction never got in the way of his generosity.
Lifelong friend Stacy Izat says that she knew him all her life, growing up, he was a great guy. He would give anybody the shirt off his back. She did acknowledge that he struggled with addiction for his whole life.
The Lincoln County Sheriff's Office says EMTs cleared Alvarez for booking. He arrived at the detention center at about 9:30 p.m. and collapsed in a holding cell at about 10:20 p.m. while being booked. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Good Thursday morning to you, July 30th. Just one day left in July, one day left in our work week before Saturday arrives, and you enjoy the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff in a new month. This morning, we're going to welcome Chiquita Hall Jackson into the show to talk about what happened in the Peabody Energy employee situation. Remember Jim Allington in that Cowboy State Daily story thought he was getting retirement money, post-employment money, and then what happens when your employer takes it away? Can they even do that? Chiquita Hall Jackson is an expert lawyer in that field, and she'll comment. Bill Wiley will be here. High school sports. We have a new champion in baseball. Well, not new. The same old. Matt Micheli joins us. You know the last name, Ron Micheli. Matt's putting on an event in Cheyenne tonight that you don't want to miss. Chad Auer joins the show today. Chad's running for Superintendent of Public Instruction. Tyler Gonzalez, a UW grad student working on his doctorate. Last time we checked in with Tyler, he was shape-shifting proteins. Is that safe? From that base, he has now figured out, he thinks, how to transport RNA without keeping it frozen at minus 80 Celsius. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff out of UW. Ken Buck, Cowboy State Daily columnist, makes the scene because it's Thursday. It's an Ask Abby Thursday. Trivia will bounce around because, I'm trying to find a sweet spot where Abby can shine. And Jim Allington, he is the retired Peabody engineer employee who feels betrayed, promised money in retirement, and now Peabody is looks like reneging. And this story is very interesting, covered by, I think Kate Meadows wrote that one. So yeah, we'll get Jim's view. We'll have the lawyer on first thing. She'll give her view on whether what Peabody is doing might be okay, not okay. Updated weather forecast from Don Day with a forecast. What we'll see in general is that monsoonal moisture starting to go away today. And by tomorrow, it's an afterthought as we get bone dry and encounter a series of what Don Day refers to professionally as dirt burners beginning tomorrow and through the weekend. Just hot and dry. Today, remnants of that monsoonal moisture for part of the state. Patchy smoke, sunny, breezy in Casper, 92 the high. Riverton, Widespread smoke showing up in the afternoon. Just a slight chance of a shower in there as well, with a high 93. Sunny and 85 in Evanston. Patchy smoke, perhaps in Green River. Otherwise, sunny, breezy, 91. Kimber, you're looking at some smoke with a slight chance of rain around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Highs 82 in Pinedale. Alpine, you'll top out at 89. Maybe some smoke, maybe some rain. I see the smoke for the most part is not affecting us too much from the latest NOAA satellite that I saw, but Donde thinks we still may see it. DuBois, widespread smoke with a chance of rain about 4 in the afternoon. Sunny until then, 82 the high. Jackson, 87. Smoke and rain possible. Thermopolis, patchy smoke, maybe rain about 4 with a high 93. Cody, smoke, rain possibilities, highs 90. Chance of rain in Buffalo as well. Anytime after 10 a.m., you could see periods of some smoke with highs 86 in Buffalo. Sheridan, 93 with a slight chance of rain. Gillette, chance of rain in the afternoon, mostly sunny otherwise, 88 the high. Newcastle, 88 as well. Torrington, sunny and hot, 92 today. Lusk, sunny and 88. Cheyenne, chance of rain about 3 in the afternoon, otherwise sunny, 87. Slight chance of rain same time in Laramie with highs 82. Rawlins, your sunshine, and 84. So just a few shower chances for some places in Wyoming in the afternoon. Less so than we saw yesterday, less so maybe than the day before as that monsoon moisture starts to taper off. With its departure is also the feeling that it's muggy, right? Like these warm days so far this week, beginning right in the beginning of the week, have felt like humid, and we're not used to that. That will start to go away. Humidity will start to leave us beginning tomorrow through the weekend, which means cooler nights for sure, and not quite as uncomfortable high temps. We had U.S. House candidate Reed Reisner on the show yesterday, and while I kind of touched on it and sort of danced around it, Reed and his litigation, I did ask him, I said, there are some who look at your campaign and they just see a lot of negative, a lot of aggressive behavior, I would call the lawsuits. He had a perfectly glossed over political answer. But here's yet another story, another day, another lawsuit, or not quite a lawsuit, but a police report. Claire McFarland story reporting that Reed Reisner files a police report accusing Chuck Gray's supporter of threatening him. Now, Reed, in the interview in his campaign materials, in his run for office during the campaign, he has been highly critical of Chuck Gray. He has held back very little, calling him China Chuck. He had a lot of mud to sling on his appearance yesterday. Yet when Chuck Gray's supporter and former sheriff deputy allegedly threatened Reisner, the former deputy says, I made no threats. I might have been critical of Reed Reisner on socials, but there was no threat. You won't find a threat. Torrington police are investigating, but U.S. House candidate Reed Reisner, through his attorney, filed a police report. Man, the busiest guy in the campaign season for the last few months and probably for the next few has been Reed Reisner's attorney. Prepare this, another lawsuit. That guy is, whatever he's getting paid, he might need more. Advocates offering a 5-figure bounty to name hunters who killed a famed Yellowstone wolves. A social media influencer is offering $10,000 bounty for the head of, for information leading to the head of, no, for information leading to the identities of hunters who may have shot members of Yellowstone National Park's famed Molly's pack. How does that play at Game and Fish? Director Angie Bruce calls the bounty outrageous. Obviously, offering any private sector offering money leading to information on, it could appear to the agency, to the department, as we can't do the job properly and we don't like meddling or the interference of money. That could just have all kinds of vigilantes running around. I could see that from the Game and Fish point of view, but we do see this a lot in civil cases and in criminal cases. We do see bounties, rewards offered all the time. Rewards offered for the solving of such and such case. Police do it all the time. What is the difference, or allow it to be done? I don't see the difference here, other than maybe Game and Fish feels hurt that that this could be an indication that some feel the department can't get it done, can't figure out who shot the wolf pack, or maybe these wolves were killed legally. Once you leave Yellowstone, depending on where the wolf goes, Angie Bruce didn't care for it at all. Mark Hines has that story that we should keep an eye on. Meanwhile, that's the other story we were talking about. We're going to have two guests on today to talk about the Peabody Energy and their move to cut retirement benefits. It has certainly affected one former Peabody Energy employee, and that's Jim Allington. He'll be on the show today. It certainly reeks of not fair. Is it legal? It could be. We're going to ask a lawyer in about 5 minutes whether it's legal. Peabody Energy has slashed the health benefits for retired Wyoming coal mine workers. Some, in Allington's case, promised a pool of money that has now just disappeared. Retirees wonder why Peabody can afford to pay its CEO $9 million salary last year, and yet slashes retirement benefits. A Wyoming congressional delegation has been silent on the matter so far, and that would be all our state representatives, Hageman and Senators Lummis and Barrasso. So far, no comment from them, no comment from Peabody, really, other than to say, and I think I have their official statement, which was short and sweet. I thought I had it somewhere. I forget where I might have put it under Allington. Yeah, hold on. The comment from Peabody regarding how they've slashed benefits was didn't explain much. Allington's wondering where his $240,000 went. He's collected of the $260,000 he thought he had in retiree medical allowance. He's used $20,000 of that, leaving him $240,000, and was informed recently that that's gone. Don't bother looking for that. We're eliminating this program. Can they do that? Peabody's statement is Peabody is providing advance notice to allow those affected time to plan and prepare, and we remain committed to supporting employees in their retirement planning. But the statement did not address Cowboy State Daily questions like how many employees are affected by this decision or pretty much anything else. It isn't the first time Peabody has slashed benefits for retirees. 2020, similar moves, and all these cost-cutting moves. Remember, Peabody had declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 2016. It pulled out of bankruptcy fairly quickly, headed towards a second one in 2020. They've been right on the edge, Peabody has, of being solvent or insolvent, making money, not making money. I think the last quarter they were in the red. Second quarter earnings results, quarter one fell short of investor expectations, net loss of $32.5 million for stockholders. So yeah, Peabody's trying, but cost-cutting measures that they say, at least the one in 2020, eliminating some retirement funds, saved them $175 million. So yeah, that's an issue ongoing. Kate Meadows with the story. Read that in the Cowboy State Daily. Poof, watching your post-employment funds disappear. And we will talk about the difference between those funds. For instance, retirement health benefits are different. It depends on what exactly we're talking about. Are we talking about 401ks? Are we talking about, what kind of money is put away by you and your company for retirement? It depends, and that's why we're going to need a lawyer. Well, we caught that guy, John Smallbone. He was free for about 4 hours. Yesterday, we told you about the man that's wanted for child sex abuse, 72 child sex and pornography charges. There was fear that Smallbone may make a run for it, and it looks like he did. He did not appear in court as he was supposed to yesterday. He was finally caught in California. They found him in San Fran in the Bay Area. Got him. And he'll be headed to Wyoming to answer those charges. That didn't take long. Good job. 4 hours, and we found Smallbone. Way to go, Ellie. Let's take our first quick break, and we'll get right back in here with an attorney who can speak on a little bit. And keep in mind, this is a Chicago-based Hall, Jackson, and Associates. So Chiquita Hall Jackson, an expert in this area of protecting whistleblowers, workers who have experienced workplace discrimination, stuff like this. I mean, this is right up her alley for sure, but she can't speak specifically on Peabody. She's only, has cursory knowledge. She's, I'm sure, read the Cowboy State Daily story, but, she hasn't dove deep into it, and she's not involved legally. So it'd be interesting just to get, to pick her brain on a few things. Let's do that right after this break.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, And we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Let's get to it. Cowboy State Daily Show. I got to do some Zoom room management. I got like 4 people in there. I only want one. I just want Chiquita. Chiquita Hall Jackson with us. There she is. Everything sounding good? You hear me? Let me see if I hear you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. I hear you great. Are you in Chicago right now?
I'm in the great city of Wynn.
Oh, man. Well, my Yankees got beat by the White Sox yesterday.
Sorry to hear.
I won't hold that against the great city of Chicago. Chiquita Hall Jackson, licensed attorney, adjunct law professor, founder of Hall, Jackson and Associates, one of Chicago's leading employment law firms. She's a lawyer on the rise, been noted in many peer industry write-ups. She's been awarded, been noted, been accoladed. In fact, your work in this field of, discrimination to employees when employees are getting a raw deal from their employers, that is personal to you. It happened to you, and you lawyered up, but in a different way. Like you became the lawyer.
That is correct.
Wow. All right. So we do want to talk about this one case in Wyoming to the degree you can comment on it. I know you're not, you haven't been hired in this realm. You're just looking as an outsider. But tell me about what you do day to day and what you do for your clients, what you help them with. I'd be interested to know if somebody is seeing something in the workplace that shouldn't be happening and they want to be a whistleblower, and we know you get fired or whatever it is that's in the workplace that isn't going right for you. That's when you might want to make a call or get on the internet to Hall, Jackson and Associates. What do you do every day?
Thanks for asking. I'm a workplace discrimination attorney. I fight on behalf of workers every day. I represent plaintiffs, meaning AKA workers. And what I do is help them, one, get clarity on if there's something wrong in the workplace, or is this just a gut feeling? Is this legally or a gut feeling? And then 2, in the event that, severance is an option to help them exit, we do that route. If not, we go through the administrative right of EEOC or anyone's local human rights department, or we go into court and fight this all away.
Yeah, let's say, I'm a woman at a company. I've been there 8 years and I still can't get this one promotion. I've been passed over, and the latest chance I thought for sure I would get this new title, and some new guy got it because he plays golf with the higher up. Like, if I have a complaint and ask you, you might look into this.
That is correct. And the crazy part you're doing there is the fact that this guy plays golf with him, right? So that could be the defendant's, aka the company's defense. Well, it's not discrimination. It's more so they had a personal relationship and this person just happened to build a personal relationship and ask for what they wanted. They got close enough to the person who makes a decision. And you didn't. It wasn't a gender thing. Sit back and wait your turn. But if you can show that this is a pattern, that the last few promotions went to nothing but men, then you might have something here, regardless of the personal relationship there.
Okay, so let's talk about this Cowboy State Daily story. What's happening in Wyoming, and keep in mind, for the most part, labor unions kind of not a thing in Wyoming. We're very much a right to work state. I don't know if that changes anything. But basically, what you got here, when you boil it down, is workers are told something about how stuff are going to go when they retire, and they plan on it and they plan around it. They have these promises, and then they go away. How much is those promises legally binding? The expectation that what you're told is going to happen, that gap between what I thought it was going to happen and what did happen is where your firm often steps in.
That is correct. So the biggest thing here after looking into this story was the idea of, and in any situation, what was written in the four corners of that contract and that document. And so we all know ERISA, we all know pensions, we know 401ks. Those are vested. You are putting money in each month. You are receiving your contribution from the companies, whether they matching you 50-50 or whatever the agreed upon percentage is. The thing boils down to how is the language. If there isn't a CBA because there's no union, what other documentation is in place from your company regarding your retirement benefits? And I can guarantee you vested into pension, 401k, but not the actual health insurance.
Right. And that may be where you can say goodbye to $240,000 for this one guy.
Yeah, that sucks. He just recently retired. He's on the estimate by the end of 2026, $20,000 out of what he thought would be all the way to $240,000. That sucks. It hurts.
Yeah.
But legally, there's nothing can be done about it.
Yeah.
Based on what was stated in the agreement.
Right. You mentioned ERISA. What is that 1974 Act?
So ERISA simply stands for Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974. It's just a federal law to protect workers' retirement and health benefits in the private companies by setting rules for fair management, clear communication, and honest handling of funds. But it doesn't guarantee the health insurance. It could be a part of the package. And if they're not offering you to cover their package 100%, they have to at least give you some kind of package like a COBRA or something where you can make a structured payment that's locked in. But now you can find at the marketplace beat COBRA prices any day now.
Yeah,
there is a marketplace to shop in.
Yeah. So, it's too late now, but if you were to give advice to some employees, it's one thing learning the difference between a pension and a retirement health benefit, and the employer is not required to honor these retirement health benefits. They're not the same as a pension. They're not binding.
That's because there's a difference between vested and then someone just said, I'm going to give you something. So you vest in your pension, meaning that each paycheck or at once paycheck out of the two of the month, I'm putting something towards retirement. You'll see that this money, just like you see FICA, see all these other things, state law taxes, you'll see something for your benefits and you'll see something for your pension, whether that's 401k or a pension or some saving plan. But you might not have it for health directly where you're paying into it. It's just the company now promised you something in a contract. But it all depends on how it's written and drafted. And we, as legal people, aka attorneys, we say, what is in the four corners of the document?
Okay. Yeah. And boy, even though I can't think of anybody who wants to read the fine print other than lawyers like you, I don't want to read, but probably buried in there is something saying this could, because you can't rely on what's been done in the past, right? Is that the advice you get? For 20 years, we've had this thing. Yeah. You can't take that away. They can.
Yeah, and it's sad because you would like to say what's the past patterns and practices and how the things look in the past. But unfortunately, like you said, most of us do not read what's in the four corners of the document. We don't want to read the fine print. And then some people feel like they can't afford a lawyer or they just don't fight it at all. And so it's buried in there. You never, it's part of your onboarding document. You haven't looked at it. I've been with this company over 30 years. I haven't looked at that document in 20 plus years. So it's hard. It's hard for the worker.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's say theoretically that this story, this one employee who feels, this wasn't fair. Cowboy State Daily journalists look into it. And then maybe this employee hires Chiquita Hall Jackson, and you are told that Peabody lawyers are saying the following: that money went away, that whole health benefit program went away because it's, quote, not aligned with market competitive practices. Would that be good enough? Do they need to explain further? Look, in other words, this program is not helpful for us. It doesn't help our bottom line. Are they?
Yeah, I did see the financial portion that they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and all that things, and now they're but I wouldn't say that's enough. You'll have to go back and say where you wasn't guaranteed to do anything further, that this was voluntarily, and we wanted to be nice and help our workers, but we're not obligated. You can't leave it as it just hurts our bottom line. What did you put in the four corners in that document? And so they did cover their butt, unfortunately, here, and made it loose language and not necessarily guaranteeing anything outside of your monthly check for your retirement benefits, but not necessarily health.
So if you're an employee and wherever you are on the time, let's say you're approaching retirement, what can you bank on? What can you hope is true? And what should you be looking for as far as documents so you can trust that you got something coming after you're done working?
Yeah, I get people, if you was my client, I always advise you and anyone out there, just go annually and ask for what's your retirement, what are you looking at? Can I get a breakdown of my retirement benefits? Meaning how much I'm invested at this point, what will my health insurance, life insurance, all other benefits look like, and get that daily breakdown. And they have 30 days by law to give you those documents. And your HR department might send you to the pension board or the 401k, the whole outside party that handles those. But at the end of the day, whoever is governing that process, they have 30 days to give you those documents. So you want a copy of anything that breaks down what your dollar amount will look like for monthly payments, anything related to your insurance and life policy.
Chiquita Hall Jackson is the founder of Hall Jackson and Associates in Chicago. And hey, thanks so much for giving us some info on this, some insight into it. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Have a great day. And tell your White Sox to go easy on the Yankees tomorrow or today. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your week.
Thanks. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Next up, we're going to get with Bill Wiley, talk about high school sports right after this short break.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back here on a Thursday. Yesterday, well, the grilling of Dr. Anthony Fauci was kind of a meh, letdown moment. The guy didn't say anything. Nothing says guilty more than I'm taking the fifth. I'm pleading the fifth. The guy would not answer. I think 111 questions were answered by I plead the fifth. I reserve my right not to answer that. I don't want to incriminate myself, whatever the fifth. Would not answer really anything. I thought it was, it got to silliness when I think it was Representative Brandon Gill, I forget which one. A lot of guys threw questions at him, including Rand Paul, who finally got so mad that Fauci wouldn't talk, he threw out his lawyer. He told Fauci's lawyer is the only one who wanted to talk. And unfortunately for him, Senator Rand Paul didn't want to hear it. He's like, look, we didn't even invite you to this roast. We want the doctor to talk. So every time the lawyer talked, Senator Paul said, shut up. And then finally said, remove him. You weren't invited to this party. We don't want to hear it. We want to hear from the other dude. You're out. And they threw him out. That was the only fun part of the whole thing. Otherwise, it was 111 questions with 0 answers. Pretty lopsided. Including, of course, when someone pleads the fifth, it's an old trick of questioners to then ask simple questions. If you're not going to answer anything concerning the issues, will you answer anything at all? Like, what color is your tie? And that's where we went for a little while, if you watched some of the highlights. And that didn't work either. Fauci just didn't answer a single question. Brandon Gill's statement, he's a representative who's been sharply critical of Dr. Fauci, not as much as Rand Paul, but who can be as critical of Fauci more than Rand Paul. Brandon Gill had the following statement to make after yesterday's Senate hearing went nowhere, congressional hearing. Fauci ruined countless lives, stole a proper education from an entire generation of children, and forced people to watch their relatives die alone while making himself rich, famous, and powerful. He will be remembered as one of history's worst megalomaniacs. Wow. Harsh statements from Representative Gill. Some of that maybe rings true. I think we got to be careful maybe to stay in our lane when it comes to passing out blame. COVID, the whole pandemic, was frustrating for all of us. And boiling over points. You can think of many reasons you hated the pandemic and hated COVID and hated our government's handling of it. But how much was really Fauci's fault? Let's be careful not to just throw him under the bus and only him. Although, because of his advice and interpretation of what Dr. Anthony Fauci was telling us COVID was, because of it all came from the top based on science. Because of that, we did silly things like hold class on Zoom. And we see how that goes for me. I mean, me Zooming our guests is just riddled with errors and problems. You think an 8-year-old can learn on Zoom? They didn't. Not real good. Didn't do well. Look at those students who grew up in the COVID era. They're dumber. You know what I mean? And then just the silliness of rules that didn't make sense. If you really want to stop the spread of a pandemic, you would shut down air travel, period. Like 9/11, no planes flying anywhere. If there's a hot spot in Congo, it stays in Congo. If there's a hot spot in Minneapolis, it stays in Minneapolis. No flying, but yet we let people fly. So you're not going to stop the spread. We got to do the curve. Once we get to the curve, all this was nonsense. Opening a restaurant. Everything shut down. And then remember when restaurants opened? We'd be okay as long as we wore a mask on the way to the table. Once we got to our table, we could take the mask off because otherwise eating was a real issue. And suddenly the science showed we'd be okay if we took our mask off once we sat down. Meanwhile, you got a waitress going from table to table to table to table, presumably carrying COVID with her. Let me bring your COVID over to the next table. You had basketball games. I remember basketball games where they eliminated the jump ball to start the game because they didn't want the referee to touch the same ball that all 10 players touched. Meanwhile, the referee touches it many times. The ball goes out of bounds. The referee's got to pick it up and hand it to somebody. But the beginning of the game, no jump ball because that would spread COVID. It was just nonsense stuff. And did it all come from Dr. Fauci? Well, he certainly has questions he needs to answer about how in cahoots he is with Big Pharma and how fast a vaccine was developed. Meanwhile, you can take off-the-counter horse pills and presumably be cured. But he put the kibosh on that. Ted Cruz called Dr. Anthony Fauci the single most dangerous bureaucrat in America. A lot of folks have things to say about Dr. Fauci, but Dr. Fauci has nothing to say to the American public or anybody else, pleading the fifth on every question they pose to him. Let's get to the Zoom room, see what Bill Wiley's up to.
What's up, Jake? Last day of football workouts. The time has come.
Dude, how's the team looking? Pretty good?
Yeah, we've had a solid group of, 40 kids that have absolutely crushed the summer. Looking forward to it, man. We're fast. It's going to be fun.
All right. You fast at the skill positions. How's the defense look?
A little retooled, replacing a lot of guys, but we've got some talent and we're going to be all right.
All right. You good on the lines. The game football is still played on the offense and defensive lines. The unsung heroes.
100%, Jake. And, you look around Jackson Hole and it's absolutely, a few of us bigger people floating around there, but there's not a lot of really, really big kids, not a lot of really big people. We've got scrappy, strong, quick offensive linemen. We're never going to be 6'5", 305. We're never going to rock that. So we just got to dance with who we got with us.
Yeah, but crafty coaches can teach technique, all kinds of other things to compensate for. You know what? I'm 210 going up against this guy. He's 260.
Yeah. Out leverage him.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll toot a little horn here. We got Ryan Scarola, who used to play at Notre Dame. Absolutely fantastic offensive line coach. Ted Larson, who used to play with the New England Patriots and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then my favorite offensive line coach, Tate Wiley, who's going to join us this year.
No way.
Taking a little gap here, going to help us out with the O-line. So, between the three of those guys, I like our chances of getting some guys to do it. You know, we return a couple guys that have started a couple of years for us. And, depth is always the scariest part of high school football. And the first 5 we throw out there, we're going to be just fine. But we all know football is a war of attrition, and the season is long. And
yeah,
we'll have 5 guys out there at that last game as well, and we'll just see who they are.
I can't believe we're going to be playing football soon. Next month, August, all the pros are back in camp. They're all doing their things, and
it's crazy. I mean, honestly, my favorite time of the year. Baseball's in their second half.
Yeah,
starting to get cool enough that you can actually sleep occasionally. The mornings are incredible. Hunting season starting, fall is coming. I love the fall, man.
It sounds like Wiley is ready to say goodbye to summer. Hang on, let's squeeze a little more out of it. A few weeks.
Oh yeah, I just like the wind down period. I look forward to the next school year, and this is my absolute favorite time of year.
Yeah, well, the boys of summer have wrapped things up as far as high school baseball, and the old is new again. The same as same. Cheyenne Sixers did it. Champions for the 6th time in the last 7 seasons. Sixers, pretty good.
But how about that? Like, whatever they were trying to do at the American Legion level to get some new blood going, to have Powell, to have the Sheridan Jets, both last year playing in that A division, make it to the semifinals. And how about the Sheridan Jets, the B team, the JV, knocking off the Troopers, not only knocking them off, but putting it to them.
Yeah, that was exciting. Sheridan Jets went into tourney play 9-5 overall. The Troopers 13-1.
Lost like their last conference game of the year.
Big upset. Yeah.
Huge. Sheridan, the Troopers' bats just went super cold. It seemed like they scored 2 runs in their final 2 games. The 2 games they lost, they got blanked by the Sixers and then got taken out by the Jets. That's pretty cool. That's pretty crazy.
Well, pitching, there were some dominant pitching performances in the state title run.
So good.
Yeah, so that was exciting. Gillette Riders bowed out pretty quick. They lost both their 2 games. I was kind of surprised
Coach
at that.
I was really surprised. I don't, I've been doing the Legion thing for a while now, and I don't think I've ever seen Gillette go 2 and barbecue.
Yeah,
shocking.
Yeah,
and now it's up. And now it's the Division 2 or the whatever it is, starting on Monday in Green River with the Giants playing.
That should be interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, the Sixers advanced to Region 7 play. They head to Medford, Oregon to begin regional play. They play on Wednesday, second of a doubleheader, so we don't know an exact time. Wednesday, August 5th, and they'll take on Hawaii to start.
Hawaii.
We love our Cheyenne Sixers. So who owes who $5, Wiley? Here's the all-star results.
All right.
Do you remember who you took? Let's start with...
I think I went north across the board, didn't I?
Yeah, you might. I don't remember either. We have to go back and we have videotape. So if I need to go to the archives...
I hate that. I hate that we can go check.
I went north only with volleyball and was correct. North dominated volleyball 4-1. North did it on the strength of, those Cody girls, basically.
Yeah.
And then I think I did look for South in boys basketball, and I was oh so close, Wiley. That game was a wild one, 107-104. The North pulled out the win, so we got to give that to you, Bill. But man, my Southies, they almost showed up. Dang it!
You know, you gotta go with your gut there, Jake. And I went with my heart, and I'm a North guy.
You went with your heart. You went with the crowd, because I'm looking at YO Prep's polls, and everyone picked the North to dominate in all three of these events.
I gotta admit, Jake, I don't pay very good attention to polls and YO Prep stuff. I went with the fact that we went to a pizza place in Casper during the Shrine Bowl, and we ate after the South kids. And I think every jar of red pepper, every shaker of salt, and every shaker of pepper had loosened lids.
Ooh.
And they got us. So I am North all the way forever because of that.
Motivated by a restaurant prank. I would have never.
It was a good one. I think they probably got a good 80% of the team, because we had come off a long afternoon. It was Pizza Ranch. It was buffet. Those boys were going in hot, and they got us. They got us good.
South gonna do it again. Well, the South. Let's see. South won girls basketball. Okay. And I think they won. They control from start to finish. Final was 83-49. South beats North in girls basketball, and I'm pretty sure I took South on that one. So
you did.
Okay, we'll call it a wash.
You can buy your own Powerball ticket. I'll buy my own.
Okay, that's what we'll do. What else happened? That's all I have for high school sports.
As we go in, we're in our dead period. So volleyball coaches, cross country coaches, golf and tennis, they start a little bit earlier. But we're kind of hitting the dead period here. I noticed on the SVI and Star Valley football Instagrams, they were doing their 1 week mini camp this week down there in Afton. Things are ramping up, and then it'll go radio silence for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I was afraid Jackson Hole's high school sports was going to go radio silent with my departure, and I think there may be somebody stepping in to cover sports, and like for your football season, I think SVI is gonna.
That's what you said last week. That's exciting. I love that.
That would be really cool. I'm pretty sure they're working on it just so we do have streaming, we do have radio for high school sports in Jackson. I hope so. Yeah.
Oh man, I don't. Yeah, I mean, having you and then Danny before you, it's always been covered. It's always been so nice to be able to check in if you're not there, and that's a void, man. We're gonna miss you, Jake.
Well, I'm gonna become a bison.
I could think of worse places to go. I could think of way worse places to go, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And we'll see you up there. We'll come check you out.
Yeah, and I'll be watching Bronx football. You know it.
Right. I want you, while you're up in Buffalo, I want you to ask, while you're cruising around town, you and Kimmy, ask all the Buffalo locals, was he in 2007, or did we hold him out? Because it's pretty good 50-50 balance that, the Jackson people are sure that he didn't get in. Buffalo people not so sure. It's pretty fun.
It's the controversy's still ongoing. This many years later. Okay.
Yeah.
I will.
All right. I look forward to hearing the results of that poll.
Thanks, Wiley. Have a great weekend.
All right. You too, Jake. Later, man.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Bill Wiley joins us every Thursday to chat high school sports. Yeah, we enter a little bit of a dead period. We had early practice stuff for football teams, kind of informal, but they'll be allowed to get after it for real here pretty soon, and this season is going to be upon us. Week 0 coming up next month, and then it officially does feel like fall when you start hearing the pads popping on the gridiron. That's like fall, right? Other stories we gotta still get to is the red bikini girl, otherwise known as Hawk Tua 2. Are you on to this? I know I'm going to ask Abby, but there's no way she's going to know. Abby is so not topical, current events. Even though you think she would be. It's total page 6 item. If you know, you know. And if you're on socials a lot, you know. The red bikini girl. Who is she? Why has she racked up a staggering 100 million views in her 13-second clip of her dancing at a Spanish foam party? You can't make this up. This is the nonsensical world we're in, where you can achieve fame in a 13-second clip of you dancing at a Spanish foam party. I kid you not. Red Bikini Girl is currently fielding all kinds of lucrative offers to do what? I don't know, but she is hawked to a 2, and we saw how that went. News time.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. U.S. House candidate Reed Reisner's attorney filed a police report on Wednesday on a Chuck Gray supporter and former sheriff's deputy for allegedly threatening Reisner. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the former deputy denies making a threat.
I called the former deputy and he adamantly denies it. He said, no, I never made that call. I have made negative comments to Reisner on social, but I never made that call. The former deputy sent me what appears to be a screenshot of his wireless carrier's call log for him. Team Reisner sent a screenshot that appears to be his call log that shows the call as being received Sunday morning. At this point, we can't confirm if the call was made. We have dueling screenshots from both men.
A person who makes a false report to law enforcement can be charged with false reporting, and a person who lies to law enforcement in an investigation can be charged with interference, both misdemeanors. 4 hours after no showing in court on 72 child sex charges in a Wyoming court on Tuesday, John C. Smallbone was arrested in San Francisco. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Sheriff Clint Becker says, quote, "We didn't want a person with those types of charges to be out and about."
He forfeited the $250,000 cash that someone posted for him for bond. However, only 4 hours after that hearing ended, he was arrested in San Francisco on a new warrant that the judge had just issued for him. But doing the math, that cost him about $62,500 per hour of extra freedom there. The Converse County Sheriff, when I talked to him, he said really credited his investigators for doing that. I asked the sheriff how they knew to alert the San Francisco police to look for him. And he said they really can't divulge how they knew that he was going there.
The San Francisco Sheriff's Office confirms through its online inmate roster that Smallbone remains in custody there, being held on the Wyoming fugitive felony warrant. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Wrap up your summer at the Wyoming State Fair, August 11th through the 15th in Douglas. Experience Wyoming's annual celebration of agriculture, community, and tradition with delicious fair food, carnival rides, shopping, exhibits, and unforgettable grandstand events. From Wyoming's Ranch Rodeo Finals to free breakaway roping to 2 nights of PRCA Rodeo and the Demolition Derby. There's something for everyone. Plan your trip at wystatefair.com.
This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time Cowboy Energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Teton County Search and Rescue recovered the body of an unidentified Australian man in the Teton Range on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the man who was attempting a through hike of the Continental Divide Trail is believed to have died from a fall off a ridgeline.
He had reached Old Faithful in Yellowstone by July 19th, and the last update his family got via satellite device was on July 23rd, but it didn't include a message or any coordinates. Teton County Search and Rescue was able to get coordinates from that message. They got a short-haul helicopter on Wednesday morning to head out to that area, and unfortunately, the man was found deceased at the bottom of a ridgeline. It's believed he died from the fall.
According to Teton County Search and Rescue, the 28-year-old Australian man was hiking the full Continental Divide Trail, a 3,028-mile route that stretches from the Rockies from Alberta, Canada, to Chihuahua, Mexico. A Utah man died after collapsing inside a Lincoln County jail following his arrest at Southwest Wyoming's Oyster Ridge Music Festival. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that 38-year-old Tyson Alvarez is being remembered by friends as someone whose struggles with addiction never got in the way of his generosity.
Lifelong friend Stacy Izat says that she knew him all her life. Growing up, he was a great guy. He would give anybody the shirt off his back. She did acknowledge that he struggled with addiction for his whole life.
The Lincoln County Sheriff's Office says EMTs cleared Alvarez for booking. He arrived at the detention center at about 9:30 p.m. and collapsed in a holding cell at about 10:20 p.m. while being booked. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak, and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore. And I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Can fury become faithfulness? Can fighters become peacemakers? Can Wyoming help show a better way? Not because we have solved it, but because we are willing to wrestle with it. What if the answer isn't defeating our enemies, but becoming more like Christ?
Cowboy State
Is it too
Daily
late?
Show
Or is
back.
this
I'm trying
where
to
it
get the
begins?
audio to play in this.
Blessed
and I
are the
don't
peacemakers.
know why
Blessed
I
are the
can't
peacemakers.
manage it. It's probably beyond my technical abilities. So let's go right to Matt.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're going to talk about this movement and event tonight, by the way, in Cheyenne, the debut of the Peacemaker, Be a Peacemaker. Here's probably why you've heard about it in the news, hopefully. And Matt, why do I want to say Micheli, but why do I think Micheli? Because of your dad. I know that. And yet my brain, I couldn't make my brain do it anymore.
Yeah, when you read it, it's hard, or you read it, your mind says something different. So.
Yeah, and obviously I'm challenged even with playing the video. And the video was sort of the trailer, the preview for this movie. I'm so excited to see it. You folks in Casper have already had a look at it. It's making the rounds, and you'll see it tonight in Cheyenne. Matt, by the way, an attorney with the law firm Holland and Hart in the Cheyenne office, former chair of the Republican Party. And yeah, go Pokes, right, Matt?
That's right.
All right. So I guess, just to super simplify it, and you'll explain better in detail, but I mean, bringing civility back to politics, but civility times 10. We're bringing the gospel to politics, and that requires certainly no mudslinging, you can rebuke, but in the right manner. I mean, we're just putting Jesus first in politics. How's that going to work, Matt?
Well, no, I think you nailed it, right? And there's lots of reasons why we group of us decided to try and push this forward. We've just seen politics become religion for people, right? And where where you replace the gospel, you replace your faith in Christ with your faith in a political movement. And it's hard. It's hard not to get sucked into that. It's hard not to feel that anger and that fear and that emotion that comes from being a part of that movement. But anything that takes us away from Christ is bad. And so that's what we're trying to do, is recenter ourselves, recenter our own lives, and try to hopefully help others do the same. That we can again, Christ didn't say blessed are the loudest or blessed are the the most angry. He said blessed are the peacemakers, and that's what we're trying to get back to.
Yeah, and let's start with something before we introduce Jesus into politics. That might be a rough segue, a square fit into a round hole. But let's something that we can agree on is politics has lately, if you look at it today, it's poisoned by hatred, tribalism. It's either this way or that way, and that's it. No middle ground. And it's like fear biting. What is going on? Is that because we're off track? I mean, why is that? And, I'm glad somebody's trying to fix it.
It's fascinating. And I don't want to give away the video. Everyone needs to come and watch the movie tonight. Yeah. It's really good. But one of the people that speak is a professor over at the University of Wyoming, Matt Burgess, who's has done a whole bunch of research on this. And then there's lots of research out there, right? Is that fear and anger is actually addicting. When we get that anger, we get a dopamine hit. And now with our phones in our hands all the time, we have a crack dealer in our hands that we can just get that dopamine whenever we want. And it's a really interesting, human psychological part of it. The other piece is we are a tribal people. We are here today because our ancestors were really good at getting together in groups and defending themselves against somebody that came and attacked them. People who didn't do that didn't make it. And so it's part of our DNA. It's part of who we are. It's part of our basic biology is we group together in tribes. So what politicians have done, and I think it's always been this way, it's just gotten so much worse because of social media, all the stuff we have, but they understand that tribal nature. They understand the power of fear and anger, and they can use that to manipulate us. But at the end of the day, so that's the side of it. At the end of the day, all of those activities take us away from the gospel of Jesus Christ. And that is what he taught us, is to take a step back, remember, what matters the most, and don't let that fear and anger and hate drive you away from the Savior.
Very interesting. I'm interested to see this. I would have never thought, along the lines of thinking that bad behavior in politics is baked into our DNA and amplified by social media. And we're rewarded. That makes sense. Now, the cure or the fix, I know for a lot of people, they would say we can get back to civil politics the way it might have been in the old days. We don't need the Bible for that. We don't need Jesus. But there are, you and I, we know that's probably the only way you're really going to do that.
Yeah. And listen, that's why I think there's a great Arthur Brooks has a book. It's called Love Your Enemies, which is another, teaching of Christ. And that's what he said is being civil to one another is that's the bottom of what we should be doing, right? If you're in a marriage and your marriage counselor says, well, can you guys be civil to each other? That marriage is probably not gonna make it. He said, Christ said, love your enemies. And that's a much deeper and much different mindset of actually seeing the people on the other side of a political divide as human beings, as children of God, and actually love them. And that doesn't mean that you don't stand firm in your convictions. It doesn't mean you fight for what you believe in. We need that. We need to engage, but we need to do more than just be civil. We need to love them. And that's what the Savior taught.
Yeah. So let's back up a little bit, Matt, and explain what it is, the Peacemakers. Now, obviously, we're talking about this film, admission free. It's going to air tonight. We'll tell you when, where, how you see it. in Cheyenne. You'll be able to see it down the road in other communities coming to you. But it's more than just the documentary. I mean, it's a movement with a website, with a Facebook page. I mean, what is the movement? How did you get involved?
Yeah, I mean, it really is overwhelming because so many people out there just feel the same thing, right? They want to be engaged. They want to be involved. They want to, help our state. But politics has become so toxic. A lot of them have kind of just stepped back, and that is also not okay, right? We need good people to step up and be involved. And so the overarching message is we want Christians, we want people of faith to step forward and engage in politics. We just don't want them to lose their relationship with the Savior in that process. So, there's lots and lots of things. I think we've all seen it, right? We've all watched nationally as our divide has become so great and has led to actual violence. And we're seeing that all over the country. And Wyoming's not immune from that. We're having the same kind of anger and hate and fear and division enter into our politics. And so, there's dozens of examples. Part of, for me, when I saw Harriet Hageman having to cancel events, I've never heard of that in Wyoming before, right? I've never heard of actual threats to her safety. That's not okay. And I don't want to single out one side because I think every side has blame here. I think if anybody watches this and says, hey, who really needs to see this is that guy over there, they've missed the whole point.
Yeah.
Right? The point is every single one of us are tempted by this. It is seductive. We all want to feel like we're on the side of truth and righteousness, and we can, do whatever it takes to win at the cost of our relationship with the Savior.
Yeah, we all have a plank in our eye. You have to read up on that. You'll have to see the Peacemaker. Cowboy State Daily story, Matt, we saw some have signed the pledge. What's that all about? The promise to try to love your enemies in a campaign. Megan Degenfelder, Eric Barlow, who doesn't answer any questionnaires, said this is something I can get with. You've got many politicians in Wyoming who said, yeah, we're for this. We're with it.
It's overwhelming to see what a great response we've had. I think there's a huge hunger for this out there. I'm grateful. One thing I want to absolutely be clear on is we're never going to use this to promote or to hit candidates over the head with. This whole effort is about looking in the mirror.
Yeah.
And the hope with the pledge is if a candidate signs that means something to them and they moderate their own behavior to take into account the pledge that they made. That's the goal. The people who didn't, I'm sure they have their own reasons, but I'm grateful for the people that have. And it's been, an overwhelming amount of candidates that have said, you know what, you're right. We're going to pledge to ourselves to be better.
Yeah, Matt, and I'm glad you pointed that out because in some ways this could be viewed as no different than any other party pledge. You're with us or you're not. If you don't sign this NRA thing, we're going to out you as coming for our guns. It's not about that. It's, purely voluntary. We just love to know some people want to do politics and life with Jesus in mind and put Christ first. I love it. So, Casper, you saw this premiere on July 9th. How'd that go, Matt? It's a lot of people were there, like 150-ish or more. And Cheyenne, you get your first look at this tonight. How's that going to go?
I mean, it was such a great night. It was so much fun. Again, it's just fun to get together with like-minded people and to share. And you can feel that this movement is really taking off. We're excited for tonight. We'd love to have everybody there. There's going to be some free food, so come out 6:00 at the auditorium there at LCCC. We did a showing over in Southwest Wyoming, in Lyman. We've got this one tonight. We've got one scheduled in Douglas. We got a second one in Casper. One in Thermopolis. We're working on dates. Summer's hard. There's lots going on, but working on dates in Sheridan and Green River and Evanston. Trying to get one figured out in Gillette. So it's growing, and we're going to keep moving and keep getting people together. That's the other thing I love about it is All right, we show the documentary is about 30 minutes, and then we have a question and answer with people who are in the documentary that we just get to talk about things, right? We get to examine this ourselves and ask some of those hard questions about what can I do? How can I be better?
It'll be a fruitful 2 hours. The documentary, the Q&A after the discussion. It's the Cheyenne premiere of the Peacemakers at LCCC tonight, 6 o'clock. Won't cost you a thing, but a couple hours of your time. It could be life-changing. Matt Micheli on the show. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Jake.
God bless. Have a great weekend. Have a great time tonight. Cowboy State Daily Show will be back. Do I have time to sneak in weather? I think well, maybe not. Let me see. Yeah, let's do weather quick before Don Day recognizes we're on commercial break. We'll be right back.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Don Day's here with a day weather forecast. Today is kind of a transition day with the weather as we start to close the door on that monsoonal moisture, Don. Is it disappearing, the dynamics of what makes it, or is it just moving off away from us?
This is typical. The monsoon season isn't continuous. There are interruptions. I would certainly say this last phase is coming to an end. The door is closing, as you said. It all has to do with where the systems are. It's like spacing in basketball. You put a guy over here, put a guy over here.
Yeah.
So the high is in a place. It's moving to a place that basically directs the monsoonal moisture and keeps it down into Mexico and Central America and the Southern Rockies, not allowing it to come up into here. And it's going to be a process. It's probably going to be better than a week where the monsoon is not going to really have an influence. There still will be some thunderstorms today and tomorrow, but really the storyline will be the monsoon getting turned off, the heat coming this weekend, that a cool front arriving for northern and eastern Wyoming Monday and Tuesday. Then we wait for the next pattern shift to bring that monsoonal moisture back. And that looks like it's going to be starting the second weekend of August into the middle of the month. And believe it or not, Jake, I mean, when we start talking the middle to the end of August, things start to change.
Don't even. The aspen trees are still green. I don't want to hear it. Wiley was already on before saying they're doing football practice. Not yet. Still summer. The boys of summer rain. Okay, so monsoonal moisture takes a break. We're heading into a string of what they would refer to as dirt burners, which is good news in some ways. That mugginess that we've been feeling, right? Especially at night. I go to bed at night, 8 o'clock, and still 80 degrees in Jackson.
Yeah, and you can thank the monsoon moisture flow for that, because literally subtropical air has been overhead, and that keeps the nights warm. And that keeps the nights muggy. That's one thing you're going to notice this weekend and next week, is that those overnight low temperatures will be much lower, and the mugginess feel will go away. But the mugginess going away also means we are going to see a dry patch here where we're not going to really see much in a chance for rain for a little bit.
And Don, the monsoon moisture we've had over pretty much this last week or so, with the danger of the thunderstorms, of course, lightning strikes and wildfires, not hearing about a ton of that, but we got good moisture for the most part, Wyoming.
Yeah, not everybody. There were some areas that didn't do as well. Casper is an area that the central part of the state didn't really benefit as much as elsewhere, but a lot of folks did benefit, not everyone. And that's how precipitation falls in Wyoming, not evenly and not... The precipitation in Wyoming, as we know, is not socialists. It is not a socialist. Nobody gets the same amount.
It favors your point guard sometimes or your power forward at other
That's
times.
right.
It's all basketball, really. Thanks, Don. Day weather forecast. And yeah, that monsoonal moisture starting to move off, and we just go to dirt burners. Definitely going to get drier. And after a quick cool down, one of those days is kind of cool, and then we're just going to be hot and dry. Hot and dry. I can do that. Get rid of the mugginess anyway. Let's get right back to the Zoom room. Let me pull some fancy moves here. We're going to get to our next guest. This guy running for Superintendent of Public Instruction. Claire McFarland's going to join us for the convo. Let me get Claire in here, and we're going to go to the three-way Zoom. And you guys are really challenging my abilities on the computer. Do what I can. Great to have Chad with us. He is running for Superintendent of Public Instruction, has experience there. In fact, at one time, Chief of Staff for the department back in 2022 under Brian Schroeder, Policy Advisor for Governor Gordon. A great background in SPED. So, I mean, you have the educational chops. You've also navigated worlds like, won an election for mayor that would help on the 5-person slip board. You bring a lot of background. Claire, what do you think of this guy? You want to ask some questions?
What do I think of this guy? I think he's in a 3-way race against Tom Kelly and Steve Harshman.
Yeah.
And I would love to know how you think that race is going so far.
Yeah, it's been great and I know that probably sounds a little cliche, but this has been the honor of a lifetime for me to run for this office. But I've enjoyed it. I get to travel around the state, put lots and lots of miles and a few oil changes, more than a few actually in the truck, miles on the truck, but going around and talking to people who are passionate and interested in education, the future of public education in Wyoming. And Tom and Steve, it's been great to get to know them too. It's been, I think this race has been, I know there's still time, but this race has been cordial. Like, this hasn't been a vanity tour. It hasn't been a nasty and, people taking or shooting elbows at each other or anything. We've just been talking about our background and what we think about different education policy pieces. And, that's fun. I love doing that. So, anyways, we'll see what the voters want to do. But as far as the campaign goes, it's been great on my end.
Yeah, Jake, I have neglected this statewide race more than any other because I'm not seeing any glaring concerns or interests, because they all have distinct but noteworthy accomplishments and qualifications, and they have all been cordial. You guys are not helping my job at all. But yeah, so I guess I'll start right in. Oh boy, I'm sure you are getting this question, and I've seen you touch on it on social, so I hate making you talk to it again, but school choice is always a hot button. Yeah. I mean, are we done legislation wise? Do you want the legislature to roll anything back, or do you want them to reform or improve school choice in some way? What's your recommendation?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you're right. This is definitely a conversation over the coffee throughout the campaign. But, I think this is one of the things that's distinct about us, the three of us candidates. And I'm not saying anybody else's experience isn't good, but I've actually been in the charter and online and alternative school environment. And so when I have opinions or when I'm thinking about school choice generally, I have I don't know, just a unique perspective on that, because I know that there's pros and cons to all of it. But here's my direct answer to your question, Claire, is that, like the rest of the country, Wyoming is going to continue to wrestle with this question of how do we diversify the curricular and instructional program in our schools, in our public schools, and because I believe that the future is going to demand that our kids have opportunities before they graduate from high school to explore a variety of different career paths or skill set, knowledge bases. This one size fits all model is, while I understand there's some reasons that organizationally we just sort of we gravitate toward a one size fits all or kind of a uniform deal. The reality of it is that kids are entering a very dynamic geopolitical world, and so we're going to need to figure that out in terms of public education. Sometimes we're going to need to expand CTE. We're going to need to expand, technical education. I mean, I say that there's going to be jobs that are created through this AI revolution and the technology revolution that we don't even know about. But we need to, K-12 just needs to have a diverse menu of options so that kids can, based on their curiosities, chase some of those knowledge areas before they graduate from high school. And college prep is one great option, but it's just not the only one. And so the shorter answer to your question is, no, I don't think we're done talking about school choice. It might not look like, I hate to say it's antiquated, but some of these antiquated school choice conversations about charter schools or education savings accounts or any of those. No, I think we're going to have to be much more sophisticated in the future about how we diversify that curricular instructional program and how we shake loose a model that is very assembly line driven. We've got educators and parents and kids that really want to be creative, and that cinder block classroom packaging kids in sets of 25 or 30 is good for some things, but it's not necessarily good for everything. So we're gonna have to. School choice is part of that, but I think the bigger question is how are we going to diversify those pathways?
Thank you. So you touched on CTE, which we're watching. The trades have not yet eclipsed college educated jobs salary wise, but they're on a trajectory to do so. They're actually moving a lot faster upward than college educated jobs. So, I mean, I think the question for you, and I know you're not going to be in the legislature if elected, but you'll be there conduit, the school's conduit to the legislature, essentially. Question for you is, how do you stay in tune with our business needs, our trade needs here in Wyoming? Like, how do you keep that ear to the ground to know what they ought to be teaching these kids?
Well, that's a really good question. So, why aren't you running for this, Claire? That's a great question. I'm going to go back to when I was serving as a mayor, but I was also a principal at the same time. It's important to build, and if I get hired for this job, I'll do this. It's important to build relationships with with industry, with business community, with that's going to Chamber of Commerce meetings, that's engaging with like Leadership Wyoming, I think, and there's industry advocacy groups, Rotary. I mean, there's all sorts of opportunities for the state superintendent to not only engage with legislators, but to talk to the end consumers, so to speak, those businesses that are going to be hiring our graduates, and ask them, what are their needs and how can our K-12 system, bend the arc to meet those needs. I'm thinking of, the RIDE program under Governor Gordon. A number of school districts have been working very hard to implement some of these type apprenticeship programs, strengthen ag in the classroom, FFA, those types of opportunities, but also like the trades, et cetera. Up in Teton County, they're doing like culinary arts and tourism industry related apprenticeship programs, public safety type things. We're trying to do that in public education. I just think we need to keep cultivating that ground and making sure that we're talking to business community, having forums and open lines of communication both ways. And the Business Alliance would be another great partner in this. It's just, that's hard work though, right? I mean, it's easier to just sort of nestle into your little, I almost said silo, but that has a lot of different meanings these days, but nestle into your office and just stay in that little purview. But the hard work, I think, is to get out of that and to have those conversations be visible and accessible around the state. And that's what I would do to answer your question. That's how I would want to do that.
Are you saying K-12 has like robust job shadowing programs for high school age kids throughout the state?
There are some, and there's some, yeah, you know that.
I mean, my kid is in one, but I'm in a silo. I'm in Riverton, and so like this happening around the state intrigues me. That's very interesting. Thank you.
By the way, we gotta stop using the word silo when we're talking about funding education. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually going to pivot into SLIB and state lands. State Board of Land Commissioners and SLIB, I should say, those twins.
Yeah.
So if you are elected, you'd be one of 5 seats on that board that determines what happens with our public state lands.
Yeah.
What is your policy approach toward approving data centers and wind farms on state public lands?
Oh, wow, we're going just straight there, right? Little chin music right there. Yeah, well, first of all, we got to be good stewards with those state lands. And that means thinking about short-term gains, but also making sure that we are preserving and being good stewards of those lands and for the long haul. I guess I've said it again, or said it before, I'm going to say it again. When I was a mayor, I presided over so many land use applications, and I understand that due process. I understand the quasi-judicial realm, and the reason I say that is that those thinking about individual issues or use of public lands or state lands, whether they're data centers or windmills or wind farms or whatever, there's a very it should be almost boring, the process where applicants make their case, opponents make their case, staff tells us this and that, and then we go through a very deliberative, transparent, no ex parte conversations with applicants or opponents. We go through this process of applying the Constitution and applying those values of of stewardship, immediate as well as long term, and then we make decisions. And I'm not Pollyannic about it. I understand those are difficult. Data centers or wind farms are a great example because they're very much they're competing interests. And there's no way to keep everybody happy on those things. But my approach to those would be if a particular land use application came before the SLIB or State Board of Land Commissioners that met our responsibility of fiduciary responsibility, that is, we're supposed to leverage those resources for public schools, ultimately. If it met those criteria, then I would support it. But if it doesn't, then I wouldn't. That's kind of a big picture thing. But I guess specific to data centers, I have been watching from the sidelines, watching local officials wrestle through that, and then the wind farms, et cetera, on the statewides. But it's dynamic. We have, like I said, we have competing interests, and what people will get from me on those is somebody who's going to be very deliberate, very judicial, and like I said, very boring. I don't see the State Land Commission Board or the SLID Board as a platform for self-promotion or theater. I think it should be, I guess if other members would want to make it into that, that's their prerogative. But I frankly be pretty boring on there. Just try to make decisions and be transparent about it.
Okay. Thank you. Getting a little voicey. Is there anything else you want to add about this flip board?
No, I will add one thing. One of the first questions I received, I was doing one of my first campaign stops up in Cody, got to meet with some high school students who were interested in the state superintendent race, which I thought was awesome.
Yeah.
One of the first questions they asked me was about SLID board. And I thought, now that is a testament to the quality of our public school system when high school students are leaning in and one of their first questions to a candidate is about SLID board. That's pretty awesome.
Or the fact that it's been it's sensationalized in headlines where you would rather make it boring to work on that board. Yeah. I get it. Let me ask one thing, Claire, and then we'll leave you with the final. This race, Chad Auer is with us. We're talking about Superintendent for Public Instruction. This race has been cordial, almost too cordial. Let me be the first to throw mud, to sling mud. This guy knows elementary school stuff so well because he had to repeat the fourth grade. I'm just kidding, Chad, but he did. He did.
Hey, no, it was an encore performance. It was amazing. I took my bow and then came back for another round.
You were just research. That's why you know fourth grade so well. Let me ask you.
Really good at cursive.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm not. I was a handful, in both rounds of fourth grade, to be honest with you. But yeah.
Well, we saw K through 12 recalibration funding gave teachers a salary boost. That goes a long way. But as far as educator retention and hiring and retention, what still needs to be done? Is that still an issue? I'm married to a teacher, so I hear it.
Yeah. Well, it's a huge issue. And I think one of the first steps in addressing teacher recruitment, retention, certainly is compensation. But I think that, and I'm going to underscore this, I guess, before I even say it, but Wyoming, we need to recognize that we're not in a bubble. We are competing with not just neighboring states, but we're competing with the country. And in some cases, when you're talking about online schools, we're competing with folks beyond our borders. So my point there is that the state superintendent needs to, in my opinion, or let me say it this way, if I'm hired for this job, I'm going to think of our human capital strategy, our teacher recruitment and retention strategy as a very competitive nationwide competition. I'm going to go out and I'm going to partner with local superintendents. I've talked to local superintendents about their challenges in when it comes to recruiting teachers. And I'm, like I said, I'm going to be aggressive. I want to go out there and recruit motivated, high quality teachers to come here and teach. But I also want to make sure that our pipeline inside of Wyoming is strong, and that, I joke with students when I go over to the University of Wyoming and am a guest speaker with prospective educators. I tell them they can teach anywhere they want in 307. We look forward to that. But I'm serious. If they choose to teach somewhere else, that's fine. I don't want to have these like golden handcuffs, as a term that I've heard before. But I do want to make sure that when teachers, whether they're in Wyoming or outside of Wyoming, when they're thinking about where they want to teach, I want Wyoming to be one of the top choices that they have. And we have to compensate teachers. We have to respect teachers. We have to have strong classrooms, safe classrooms. What I mean by that there is that I'm a fan of having strong learning environment policies, and help educators and administrators enforce. It's not too much to ask for kids to be respectful in our classrooms. In fact, that's a key to the future, in my opinion. And then we need to provide the appropriate amount of professional development and opportunities for teachers. Once they are here, we need to give them opportunities to thrive as professionals. And that means certainly giving them on the ground professional development. But I'm intrigued by things like micro-credentials, and there are a number of very innovative platforms. I'm not going to name any specifically, but platforms out there that are providing people, but educators specifically, opportunities to gain deep knowledge and certifications in those micro-credential ways that give them the skills and knowledge they need to be even better to thrive. And so again, I think that we can cultivate an environment where Wyoming respects and honors educators, and it's a place where people want to teach.
Thank you. Jake, did you run me out, or do I have time?
Yeah, one more quick one.
From my teacher friends and sisters-in-law, I've heard that the character and the willingness to help and mentor and coach by administration is everything. How do you foster an environment of good character among administration, particularly?
That's another important part is, yeah, I like that question. Equally as important, let me say this, in cultivating and nurturing and supporting teachers is that educational leadership realm. When I was a principal, I was the beneficiary of some great mentorship and professional development, et cetera. No, that's a really good point. I think that we have a lot of work to do there. We can come alongside of the Department of Education, but also partnering with like the Superintendents Association and the School Administrators Association. I think, and the University of Wyoming could play a really strong role in providing ongoing support and maybe even those micro-credential or executive education type opportunities for administrators to develop that kind of a profile that you're talking about, Claire. That you're right. I mean, a school administrator that has the ability to cultivate that environment that's conducive to great teachers or great education is important.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's been a great discussion. Claire, thank you. Chad, thank you. Find out more about the campaign. Auer4Wyo.com is where you go. Superintendent of Public Instruction candidate Chad Auer. Thank you both.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. Colby Fedor next.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like agriculture.
From the moment that John saw this baby bison, it's had a personal vendetta against him.
Small town Wyoming.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight.
Politics.
He wants to get in there, do more listening to the people of Wyoming.
Energy.
They announced a $4 billion investment.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
All right, let's get to it. Colby Fedor, sorry to keep you so long waiting. I hope you enjoyed the complimentary corn dogs in the green room. And now we finally get to Colby Fedor. We got a lot of shootings to get to.
Yeah, it's been a busy week. Lots of action in the courtroom, things going on. So
Man.
I didn't even run today. I just caught up on sleep.
Yeah. Why are we shooting at each other? Some of it is just stray bullets, careless bullet. I mean, July 4th, that was 3 weeks ago. Cheyenne Mayor is asking anybody who knows anything about who's firing off shots while we're firing off fireworks. It happened at the Effie Warren Air Force Base. A 5-year-old struck in the head.
Yeah, this case is, it's really sad. I have a 5-year-old too, so I can imagine being a parent and the shock and horror of looking down and seeing your child bleeding. There was so many loud explosions going on that they didn't at first even realize something was wrong. But quickly they were able to rush the child to the hospital. Then from there they were taken by life flight to Denver Children's Hospital in Aurora, Colorado. The child is doing well now. They are recovering at home with their parents, and they're still looking for leads on whoever might have done this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you saw something, say something, but all right, let's go. More shootings. These, perhaps, allegedly. We got to say allegedly a lot when it comes to shooting stuff in the And we haven't gathered a jury yet. Friends say man who died in Wyoming jail after, this is not a shooting thing. Sorry. The BB gun shooter.
Yes. Okay.
What is this about?
This story is nuts. So these allegations are kind of wild. Pancho Villa Flores allegedly he had two roommates living with him. And then there was also a child who he would take camping and fishing, according to police records and statements made. So he almost as like a disciplinary action would shoot these men with BB guns. One of them in particular, he said he was being lazy. He didn't mow the lawn. So he shot this man with a BB gun. And then he asked the child to shoot the man with the BB gun. And the child didn't want to. He was worried about hurting him. So he shot the child with a BB gun. And then the child went to the basement and shot this older man with a BB gun also. That man eventually got to the hospital and was able to tell police. He said it had been going on for some time. Up till then, he was afraid for his life, but then finally felt like he needed to say something. And then a couple weeks later, another man tells police that he also was shot with a BB gun. He said he was just laying in bed and he woke up and got struck intentionally, according to him. And so it's crazy. But this person has been arrested and is now in jail awaiting, I believe he's up for a preliminary hearing soon. It might have even been yesterday, but I didn't make it to that one. We'll find out more when and if it's bound over and if there's an arraignment.
With the very noteworthy name Pancho Villa Flores. I mean, just take the BB gun away from this guy. That would solve most of these crimes. We say allegedly. Holy cow, with the BB gun. Okay, this I know I've heard of this guy. I remember him being a deputy prosecutor in Lincoln County. After attorney John Bowers is saying he didn't do anything illegal, but maybe not morally upright. He's charged with solicitation in Idaho and using the app. What is the app? Sniffies?
Sniffies.
I mean, that's a charge all in itself to be on these kind of apps. But what happened?
Yeah. So what we know is that he offered $300 to party with someone on this app. He does have a defense. His defense attorney is saying that that this is a frivolous charge. He's saying he's not guilty of solicitation. Bowers also said he didn't know he was soliciting. So there's a lot to be determined there. But I think because he was a finalist for a judgeship, he was a prosecutor. I think that it becomes a little bit more serious when you're playing in these gray areas, right? I think prosecutors, their job is very black and white. And so you have to be very morally conscious. And so even though this is a misdemeanor, I felt like it was newsworthy to follow this story because if he is in fact prosecuted and charged with, convicted of this, that is serious in the eyes of the law. And I think that the people who've also, elected him and also he's been on, we'll get into it more later, but he's served in several high up positions. And so I would want to know that, especially if I was in that area.
Yeah, I mean, he's a high profile name for sure. And I don't know, when I think about somebody who's facing any kind of controversy or potential charges, I call into question now every case he's ever prosecuted. If I'm sitting in jail and this guy was the one who put me in there, I don't know. Certainly judges, lawyers, they're held to a different standard. I think we know that. John Bowers, for me, just posing as Jack Black on Sniffies. I'm already opening an investigatory case. Who's this guy who died while in custody. He was at a music festival, Utah man. Don't define him by his addiction struggles, his friends say anyway. What happened to this guy?
So Tyson Alvarez was attending it was a music festival in Kemmer, and then he was arrested for a possession charge, and he died about an hour later, shortly after going to the jail. He was cleared by medical. They did like a screening. I talked to the police, the sheriff's deputy there that said that no use of force was used. Of course, any kind of evidence in terms of body cam and all that stuff has been handed over to the DCI, and they are currently investigating this. And the coroner said that they have an autopsy pending. They haven't completed that. But when I talked to Alvarez's loved ones, they told me that he has struggled with addiction his whole life. So it certainly points to an overdose, although we can't confirm that yet. But they just said that, this is something that he battled for a long time. He would get clean and then he'd be off again and get clean and be off again. And so to me, it might just be a really cautionary tale about what can happen. Drugs are nothing to play with.
Yeah.
And so what drugs, I don't know. But it's sad, definitely.
And Colby, your story about, we don't have time to get deep into it, but that the woman who breeds the hairless Sphinx cat, it looks like the rats you keep in your house. Yeah. Kind of. Is that one of them? Like whatever you got going?
It is. They're both bald. Yeah. My little bald hippo. Yeah. She was great.
I don't know. I don't know if I can get there. Thank you. Have a great weekend, Colby. Cowboy State Daily Show, out of time here for this hour, halfway through the show, and headed for news. Stay with us this morning.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. U.S. House candidate Reed Reisner's attorney filed a police report on Wednesday on a Chuck Gray supporter and former sheriff's deputy for allegedly threatening Reisner. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the former deputy denies making a threat.
I called the former deputy and he adamantly denies it. He said, no, I never made that call. I have made negative comments to Reisner on social, but I never made that call. The former deputy sent me what appears to be a screenshot of his wireless carrier's call log for him. Team Reisner sent a screenshot that appears to be his call log that shows the call as being received Sunday morning. At this point, we can't confirm if the call was made. We have dueling screenshots from both men.
A person who makes a false report to law enforcement can be charged with false reporting, and a person who lies to law enforcement in an investigation can be charged with interference, both misdemeanors. 4 hours after no showing in court on 72 child sex charges in a Wyoming court on Tuesday, John C. Smallbone was arrested in San Francisco. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Sheriff Clint Becker says, quote, "We didn't want a person with those types of charges to be out and about."
He forfeited the $250,000 cash that someone posted for him for bond. However, only 4 hours after that hearing ended, he was arrested in San Francisco on a new warrant that the judge had just issued for him. But doing the math, that cost him about $62,500 per hour of extra freedom there. The Commerce County Sheriff, when I talked to him, he said really credited his investigators for doing that. I asked the sheriff how they knew to alert the San Francisco police to look for him. And he said they really can't divulge how they knew that he was going there.
The San Francisco Sheriff's Office confirms through its online inmate roster that Smallbone remains in custody there, being held on the Wyoming fugitive felony warrant. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Wrap up your summer at the Wyoming State Fair, August 11th through the 15th in Douglas. Experience Wyoming's annual celebration of agriculture, community, and tradition with delicious fair food, carnival rides, shopping, exhibits, and unforgettable grandstand events. From Wyoming's Ranch Rodeo Finals to free breakaway roping to 2 nights of PRCA Rodeo and the Demolition Derby, there's something for everyone. Plan your trip at wystatefair.com.
This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time Cowboy Energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Teton County Search and Rescue recovered the body of an unidentified Australian man in the Teton Range on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the man, who was attempting a through hike of the Continental Divide Trail, is believed to have died from a fall off a ridgeline.
He had reached Old Faithful in Yellowstone by July 19th, and the last update his family got via satellite device was on July 23rd, but it didn't include a message or any coordinates. Teton County Search and Rescue was able to get coordinates from that message. They got a short-haul helicopter on Wednesday morning to head out to that area, and unfortunately, the man was found deceased at the bottom of a ridgeline. It's believed he died from the fall.
According to Teton County Search and Rescue, the 28-year-old Australian man was hiking the full Continental Divide Trail, a 3,028-mile route that stretches from the Rockies from Alberta, Canada, to Chihuahua, Mexico. A Utah man died after collapsing inside a Lincoln County jail following his arrest at Southwest Wyoming's Oyster Ridge Music Festival. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that 38-year-old Tyson Alvarez is being remembered by friends as someone whose struggles with addiction never got in the way of his generosity.
Lifelong friend Stacy Izat says that she knew him all her life. Growing up, he was a great guy. He would give anybody the shirt off his back. She did acknowledge that he struggled with addiction for his whole life.
The Lincoln County Sheriff's Office says EMTs cleared Alvarez for booking. He arrived at the detention center at about 9:30 p.m. and collapsed in a holding cell at about 10:20 p.m. while being booked. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Just following up on our earlier conversation about Dr. Anthony Fauci and the committee hearings, the grilling he received yesterday, and of course he didn't say anything. Pleading the fifth. He wouldn't answer any questions, but there is breaking news that he did talk, maybe not to senators and representatives, maybe not to Congress, but breaking news that Dr. Fauci did talk later, made a statement through his lawyer later, and basically Fauci asked China to engineer a new virus that would kill just Rand Paul. Cowboy State Daily has been unable to confirm that. That certainly would be newsworthy. Very interesting development. Let's go to the Zoom room and see what this goofball's up to. Hopefully he has more to say than Fauci.
That's Mr. Goofball to you.
Oh, that's right. All right. Mark Hines. Let me get your correct name in here. Mark Hines.
Mr. Goofball.
We could put that in there. Mr. Goofball. All right, the Mark Hines stories I'm most interested in. Let's start with this one. This is a big one. You got some groups, some social media influencer, along with others, are pooling their money together, offering a cool $10K, basically a bounty if anybody has info on the hunters who may have killed any Molly Pack wolves. Angie Bruce not thrilled with this.
And to be clear, that hasn't happened. This is preemptive. The season does not begin until September the 15th, and then even when it does, there's no guarantee. It's hunting. There's no guarantee that anybody's going to get any wolves, much less members of the Molly Pack. But if it does transpire thusly, Jonas Black, who we're familiar with, and some other folks are saying, if that does transpire, and if someone has information that would lead to the identity of anyone who has shot a members of the Molly's Pack, we will shell out $10,000. So because the states, not just Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, are the state agencies are prohibited by law from revealing any information about wolf hunts that might lead to the identity. And the reason those rules were put into place was because of experiences like Randy Newberg said he had. He was global. He said he was globally harassed, doxxed, and got all kinds of nasty pushback because he featured a wolf hunt in one of his videos. But of course, he says, I'm essentially an influencer. I'm out there in the open. I signed up for this when when I put my name and my brand on a hunting television show, and one of the episodes is a wolf hunt. That's to be expected. But of course, he said that he does not want private individuals who didn't deliberately put themselves in the position that he's in to go through what he did. And that is his misgiving about this particular thing.
I see.
It won't be Randy Newberg. It will just be Joe Smith from Powell, who will upside down.
What are you trying to collect the 10,000?
I used to live in Powell, and that's where it's on my wife. But my wife is from Powell, so play Powell. Let's throw Powell under the bus today.
Right. Well,
it's their fault I'm married.
Their fault for everything. COVID, wolf killing.
Although I think you'd probably argue my wife got the short end of the stick there, but we won't go into that.
Important distinction, though, Mark. This is for wolf shootings that have not happened, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of laid out the con side, the pro side, the side from Kim Beam and Jonas Black and the folks behind this is that they see people are already deliberately saying they're going to target them all. Kind of a neener, we'll show you kind of attitude. We're going to deliberately go find these wolves and kill them just to hurt feelings. In some cases, people are saying, regardless of whether I have a tag, I'm just going to, shoot, shovel, and shut up or whatever. So they see it. Their side of the argument is hey, we're trying to protect valuable wildlife, and we've heard those arguments before. This is a unique pack that maybe should be exempted from the hunt. So it's the same arguments are swirling all around this. It took on a new dimension when this award was put up.
Oh yeah, this throws gasoline on it, really. Game and Fish director Angie Bruce certainly not happy with this notion, and because a hunt could be completely legit. I mean, if you got a tag and the wolf is in an area where it's huntable, then that does muddy the water. $10,000 bounty. Mark Hines has that story. So Wyoming Livestock Board Director Steve True, who was in the news recently for you fired a certain firing, he said electronic cattle tags probably here to stay. I see a lot of advantages to these things and make life a lot easier when you're trying to,
I think what gives those people who don't like it, I think what gives them a bad taste is it's the government saying you have to.
Yeah.
Not that you have a choice to, or, hey, if the technology is evolve with it.
Yeah.
It's saying you have to.
Good. Yeah. Good point.
I think that's what bothers people. But there's also the expense. I mean, I think that's one of the points that Marta Mossberg was trying to raise, is that, if you've got a small family ranch and you're on a tight budget to begin with, these darn things, I mean, they cost, estimated cost of $3 per unit versus 15 cents per unit for a metal air tag. So those are the con arguments, is that it's government mandated and it could be cost prohibitive, especially for small operators. So
right.
I don't think anybody's saying the technology sucks. They're just saying, hey, ask us, don't tell us.
Yeah.
So
if this was a new tool offered to ranchers, most 99 of 100 would say, "Oh, this sounds great." But when
sort of like the virtual fencing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically, we all know those basically fenceless dog collars. A lot of people who don't have fences but have dogs put those perimeter collars on their dogs. It's just scaled up for cows. Yeah. And a lot of people think that's really cool, but again, some people aren't ready to jump quite on board. And I think if there was all of a sudden the government came out and says you have to do this, you'd see similar pushback. People would say, okay, maybe I don't want to.
Right. No. I mean, people bristle at the mandating part. Yeah, certainly. I saw folks wondering why we're seeing road closed signs in this area. I saw a discussion on Evanston, Uintah County Facebook page or something. Landowners are angry. This is why we can't have nice things category. The state closed some recreation roads.
My mom used to always tell us this is why we can't have nice things.
Right.
I said that to my kids a couple times too.
What's the issue here with this story?
Well, I mean, a lot of people take, I use those, hunter management areas and walk-in hunt areas. I've used those quite a bit, and it's easy to take for granted that isn't public land. That's somebody's property. And they've worked out a deal or an arrangement with Game and Fish by which the public is granted access, but being the landowner, they get to set parameters. They get to say, hey, you can drive on this road, but you can't drive on that one. That's their call. And I gather what has been happening in that Woodruff Reservoir area. Some people are saying, oh, there's a road. I don't care. I'm going to drive on it. And so the Game and Fish came along and is putting up signs saying, no, you can't. This isn't your property. Don't assume that it is. And also, I think there was some, definitely not an indictment against everybody who drives an ORV. Heck, I have a quad myself, but there are those abusive few who are just going off the roads and tearing across the countryside. And I guess that really, well, imagine if you owned a piece of property and somebody went out there and turned it into a Brody spinning rip up area. You probably wouldn't be happy either, So,
right.
So that's my understanding of what went on there. It's just, it's just basically the agency saying, hey, kids, play nice.
Yeah.
Can't, like you said to your kids, play nice or we can't have nice things.
Yeah. Take it away from you. Game and Fit. Well, we're going to take it away. Good point. Understanding. Yeah. These are private landowners that are trying to do a nice thing, give you access, but not if you're going to abuse it.
Yeah.
We had a great chat with Chuck Preston the other day about golden eagles and learning. I asked him, how many lives does the golden eagle have? Because this guy's down 2, lead poisoning and got hit by a car. Great story. Yeah. There are challenges to being a golden eagle, many, many challenges. And Dr. Preston lined them out for us. Good story from Mark Hines, who's concerned with all critters, winged, hooved, and what have you. So any more golden eagle stories coming up? What do you got going?
You have to wait and see.
Dang it. I'm going to trick you one of these days.
No, I doubt it. Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
All right. Later. Bye.
Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines. We're going to college next, and we're heading to the laboratory with Tyler Gonzalez. You're going to enjoy this. Stick around. We'll be right back.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming. Like the outdoors.
Yeah, it looks like a young grizzly recently separated from its mom, was out wandering around doing a thing.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
And the issues you care about.
Wyoming Highway Patrol is facing a significant trooper shortage with 36 unfilled trooper positions.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
All right, let's get right back to it. Heading to the Zoom room, and we'll check in with the UW graduate student working on his doctorate right now, Tyler Gonzalez. Last time we checked in with Tyler, he was goofing around with shape-shifting proteins. What are you doing to proteins? I think this paved the way for what he's on to now in the Booth B Laboratory. University of Wyoming Department of Molecular Biology Associate Professor Thomas Boothby and the team working on the latest transporting vaccines, particularly RNA vaccines. Maybe you didn't know this, listeners, but these vaccines need to live in cold states. I mean, real cold, minus 80 C. That's ridiculous. How can you ever get, valuable vaccines from one place to another if they have to live in minus 80 C? How do you what refrigerators even do that? So that starts the research for Tyler. What are you finding out? You're close to a discovery. You're close to a breakthrough.
Yeah. First of all, hi there, Jake. Great to be on. And so I just wanted to say, I'm in the lab of Thomas Boothby here at UW. And so one of the big focuses of our research is how to preserve very sensitive pharmaceuticals, like you said, the RNA vaccines, as well as other protein-based pharmaceuticals outside of the cold chain. So we don't need to worry about keeping them frozen or refrigerated or anything like that. And the way we do that is by kind of taking lessons from organisms that can survive really extreme conditions, like tardigrades that can survive, drying out and being completely dry and still able to survive, and applying some of those lessons to drying out these pharmaceuticals and keeping them stable while dry. And we don't need to refrigerate them when they're in that state. They can just be, at room temperature without needing to be, extremely cold. So that's kind of where our research is going, and where my research is as well.
So before you were even looking into this, how did anybody get these vaccines from point A to point B. You mentioned in the story, I see that we're talking about conditions minus 80 C. Like there's a lot of hospitals that can't even provide that kind of cold. How do we even do it before you come up with a better way?
I mean, the big answer is just spending more money at throwing money at the problem, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big problem with like the distribution of some of those like early COVID vaccines, is that a lot of hospitals, not even to mention like smaller clinics, didn't have, negative 80 degrees Celsius freezers. So, essentially we just had to spend more and more money building up those freezers, building up the ways to transport those vaccines to where they needed to go. And it was very expensive, and it still is very expensive.
So that sounds like, that shape-shifting proteins you were doing. This is back like 2021. I saw a story on that where you've been working on. That is finding out if these things can live in somewhere that isn't Antarctica. I mean, you can't be in minus it. Maybe so you found drying them out. What does that mean? Like living in a dry state?
So in terms of these like organisms, a lot of them kind of just in their natural environment. You can imagine if you're living in like a little pond or something like that, or a little patch of moss on a rock. When that's really wet, you can survive very well and crawl around on that. Then when it gets dry, when the sun comes out, especially in a place like Wyoming, where we have like extreme dryness pretty regularly, you have to be able to survive, living where there's no water, basically. And most of these organisms kind of they hibernate in a way where they dry out, they don't do anything, they kind of curl up into a ball or go into like a you can think of it as like a hibernative state where they don't really do anything. But going into that state, they accumulate a lot of like protectant molecules that keep their cells and their proteins intact, so that they don't die when they dry out. Because our cells, like humans, we can't survive that. But these organisms can. And so that's kind of the things that those organisms do are the techniques that we're applying to like keeping pharmaceuticals stable in the dry state.
At least today, currently, we can't freeze dry ourselves. You never know. There could be the next Tyler working. So it's like freeze drying food, sort of, kind of. I mean.
Yeah, exactly. It's just unlike food, food, it's like, when you like freeze dry like a slice of strawberry, a slice of banana, you can eat it and it's fine. It doesn't really matter if the banana's alive anymore,
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more like difficult than just freeze drying food, but it's the same process. Yeah.
Okay. So you've got these organisms, you got these proteins, you got these vaccine, the makeup of vaccines that are valuable. Were there any swings and misses in this testing? Did you okay, let's see if we can dry them out, bring them back to life. Oh crap, we killed them. How did it go?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's always a ton of like trial and error in science. For every one success you have 50 failures, right? Where you try to, you try out this protein or this vaccine, and then you put it back in water, and then you see it's not functional anymore. It didn't work, or it's destroyed. And so there's a lot of like iteration and trial and error. But I mean, like I said, we have had like some successes, surprisingly, which is very cool. But yeah, like you're saying, there's a lot of trial and error in that process. Yeah.
Enough successes that talk about like grant funding. People have noticed, the right kind of people, your peers. That's rewarding. But I think the ultimate reward for this guy, Tyler, would be, he'll say, is finding something that doesn't work, fixing it with a practical and innovative fix, and then watching the results and saying, you know what, we've solved the problem. That is so cool. But right now, and we're getting there, we're so close. But right now, there have been rewards. I mean, people have noticed the research. There's been papers. What is it so far? That's got to be rewarding too.
Yeah. So like you said, we've published several papers on this subject, but that's kind of the focus of our lab, is this like drying out and then keeping these proteins intact. But then we've also received quite a few, at least for my research, I've actually been able to receive like a translational research grant, in essence, to kind of translate some of the fundamental like biological insights that we've gained through like studying these organisms into actually stabilizing those, like you mentioned, pharmaceuticals and like RNA vaccines. And so we've received funding to actually do that, and hopefully to make for example, a company to actually be able to do that for actual public health uses instead of just, kind of nebulous science in a lab,
Yeah, I mean, first, any idea, any fix starts in idea space, whiteboard. I mean, you had an idea, then it goes into the lab, and then it gets out in the real world, and that's where we're getting close to seeing real world applications. I have a weird question, Tyler, I just thought of. I don't know, is it possible for people like you working on this for someone to come along and steal all the work you've done and take over with is that the reason you publish papers? So you're like, look, this is all the stuff we've done and we did it. We're the author. We're the scientists.
Yeah. I mean, papers play a role in that, being able to kind of get your flag in the sand. They'll be like, we're the ones who did this. But obviously the big protection from that is patents to the university and that kind of a thing. So typically the process for that will be, we have this cool idea. Maybe we have a paper ready to go. Then we'll talk to the university and they'll be like, okay, we want to patent this. We'll go through the process, provisional patent. And then we'll publish the paper. And then, a year later, we'll actually fully patent it. And so, patents are the big protection for that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Papers are more just a flag in the sand. Yeah.
Tyler, hold out for big money. Big Pharma's got money and they're going to be interested in this.
That's the hope. Yeah.
Tell me more about what the ART does, the Accelerating Research Lab. What are you doing there? This is where you're working every day.
Yeah. Yeah. So that grant primarily is its main goal is to, go to a lab like UW, or I believe they're also at these kind of grants are at other universities as well. But at UW, go to a lab that has kind of talked about, we want to maybe translate the science and then provide funding for the scientists to do those experiments to do the research that they can then use to approach companies and kind of reach out to make connections with companies with the research that the grant has done. And basically it's just translating, it's basically whole purpose is translate kind of I said, the fundamental research in a lab to the the applied side of making an actual company, making an actual product, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, this sounds like it's got to happen. I don't know the alternative. How do you get useful vaccines that like to live in super cold, and we're talking minus 80 C? How do you transport them to where they're, to hospitals where they're going to be actually shot in somebody's arm? There's not a refrigerated truck that does minus 80 C. We got to come up with a solution. Maybe drying them out, putting them in a different state, shape-shifting proteins. Yeah. You're on to something over there. They're going to give you a doctorate for this. A doctorate and a lot of money.
I hope so. I mean, I'm pretty close to the actual doctorate. I'm going to be graduating here pretty soon, but I'm hoping to actually stay and continue that research and kind of keep the ball rolling here at UW. Yeah.
Interesting. Fascinating stuff going on at University of Wyoming. Tyler Gonzalez with us, working on getting vaccines transported without having to keep them super froze. Thanks, Matt. Keep it up.
Thanks so much.
Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Ken Buck, columnist, will be here. We'll talk about his latest column. Still to come next hour, Mac Watson and I will chat. Great to have Mac back. And it's an Ask Abby Thursday, which is always entertaining. That's all coming. Don't go far.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Hopefully you've been with us all morning. Last hour we had Don Day on, meteorologist Don Day. The day weather forecast calling for a transition out of this monsoonal moisture pattern we've been into what Don Day refers to as dirt burners, and we're going to get some high dry temps. We're going to be living high and dry this weekend. And I see now chances of breaking record highs for the weekend. Let's say Sunday. Sunday should be the peak for many of us where we're going to be broiling. Sunday will be August 2nd, right? And some temperatures that could, high temperature records that could fall on August 2nd, beginning with those that are on the low end of likeliness. Chance of a new record in Big Piney, which is normally cold. Chances are we probably won't break the record in Big Piney. I was surprised to hear the all-time high for any day in August in Big Piney, which if you don't know Big Piney, it's America's little icebox. It's cold. 103 is the all-time high in August. So the expected high Sunday for Big Piney is probably going to be mid-upper 90s. So I don't think we're going to break a record there. Buffalo, maybe not. Buffalo will be triple digits Sunday, but it might not be enough because the all-time August record high in Buffalo is 103 as well. In Casper, the highest temp they've ever recorded in Casper in August is 102, and that's exactly what the expected high is supposed to be this Sunday. So you could see a record at least tied. Grable, care to guess Grable's all-time high for August? 105. That's insane. Grable's forecast for Sunday, 105. So look to tie a record there. Lake Yellowstone, which never really ever sees 90s, I don't think. 86, the all-time high. Lake Yellowstone in Yellowstone National Park. Expected to get to 83, so you're probably not going to break a record there. I'm thinking you could break a record in Lander, the all-time August high, 101. It's expected to be 102 this Sunday in Lander. Watch a record fall there. Riverton, almost a certainty. Riverton's never gotten higher, never gotten into triple digits for August, which I find surprising. Riverton is another place, at least at the airport. Riverton Airport high for August is 99, and it's expected to be about 103 at the airport, 104 in downtown Riverton. So watch records fall there. I'll bet we break a record in Rock Springs where the all-time August high is 96. Calling for 98 for a high on this Sunday in Rock Springs. and should be tickling with a high there in Worland, where 106 rules the day for the all-time August high. Worland is forecasted to be about 105 degrees for a high on Sunday. Well, what do you do in this kind of heat? The advice in Great Britain is don't sit under a tree. I kid you not. I read this story in the Telegraph where some are advising that you should not resist the urge to sit under trees during Britain's fourth heat wave of the summer. Of course, England is seeing all kinds of records fall, record highs, really throughout Europe. France, Spain, they're both on fire. Those countries are burning down. But temperature is expected to reach 33 C. I don't know what the Fahrenheit translation is, but it's been hot summer in England. In parts of southern England, expected to be 33. And experts are advising that you should not sit under trees. Any idea, if you read just that headline, why that would be? Don't sit under trees in heat wave, park tells visitors in England. This is in London's Hyde Park, by the way, popular Hyde Park. The worry is with the heat, it could it could cause branches to break. And the risk of falling branches. Don't sit under that tree in the shade. Better that you sit out in the sun and die of, heat exhaustion. And to me, this is just a furtherance of the nanny state part of the world is becoming. I mean, England's probably already there. When the advice dished out by park employees is watch out for falling branches, don't stand or sit under trees for fear the tree will fall down. I mean, we're getting knives out extreme on how much we think the world is going to kill us. And I see the same kind of things in, let's say, liberal Teton County, where I am. One of the hot topic issues of the day in Jackson and in Teton County is Teton Pass, the mountain pass, Highway 22, that takes worker bees from their bedroom communities in Teton Valley, Idaho, and brings them to Jackson back and forth. And travel on that pass, certainly in winter, can be dangerous. The pass takes you up over 8,000 feet. In winter, it is tricky. And then we've seen two incidents this summer. One that had a couple of fatalities. That was the dump truck that lost its brakes. It was plummeting down Teton Pass out of control. It hit a motorcyclist, hit another car, and two people died. Then like a week later, there was the RV whose brakes were burning up, smoke pouring out of the back of this RV. It was also towing a trailer. Boy, you have high hopes if you think you're going to navigate Teton Pass with a giant RV also pulling a significant size trailer. You're just asking for trouble, and you better know how to drive. You better know how to downshift. And too many people don't know how to drive mountain passes. The mountain pass has a 6-degree decline, 6-degree incline. It's steep, but it's not considered so steep that engineers would never build such a road. YDOT's, certainly says the road is navigable. You just got to know how to drive. But the latest rhetoric, if you go read any news and guide story, news and guide opinions from the editors, it's all this, we have to do something about Teton Pass. Teton Pass is too dangerous and government needs to do something. Again, it's nanny state stuff. Why don't we just drive better? That's my solution. If a mountain pass has created an accident or two or a fatality or two lately, let's just drive better. Instead of the alternative, which is, I don't even know how many billions of dollars it would cost to bore through these mountains and make a tunnel. That's occasionally bantied about, and I know Teton County has no shortage of money. They could certainly find enough to bore a tunnel into the Tetons if it meant keeping the economy going with all the maids and waiters that need to work in Jackson. They could find the money if they wanted to, but that is a drastic solution for a very simple problem. We need to drive better. Teton Pass is not trying to kill us, and it's not the government's job to make sure we can get up and over it. We got to drive better. Seeing kind of similar thing with the measles outbreak right now. There's like a handful of measles cases in Teton County, and the overreaction has been to mandate measles vaccinations if you want to attend school or even go to a summer camp. Here we go again with the whole COVID thing. It's nanny state stuff. When you're advised not to sit under trees because they could try to fall on you and kill you. And government needs to do something about Teton Pass because it's too steep. Maybe we just need to drive better. Other stories in the Cowboy State Daily I'm looking at. This Australian man, I did see this was also in Teton County. Teton County Search and Rescue got involved when a man was overdue. Hadn't been heard from in, I think, nearly a week. And then Search and Rescue got involved and did find an Australian man has died near Grand Teton while hiking the Continental Divide Trail. The best authorities can assume from the scene when they got there is this man, unidentified Australian man, may have fallen from a steep, high-altitude ridgeline, according to Teton County Search and Rescue. It's an area known as the Wigwams on the west slope of the Tetons. It certainly is steep. It's right between Grand Teton National Park and Jedediah Smith Wilderness. It's rugged terrain, certainly rugged territory. But on July 19th, this man reached Old Faithful in Yellowstone National Park, sent a message that he was intending a route through the Tetons and into the Wind River Basin. That was the last communication family had received. And then it got to be days and days. And by July 27th, Teton County Search and Rescue got involved and unfortunately found the victim's body. So that case, at least that incident, has resolution. And a short haul team was assembled. The only way to get the body, the remains, out of there was helicopter, and they did a short haul recovery via helicopter in that case. Yesterday, we shared the news about John Smallbone, who failed to show up for a court case. I think that was probably not out of the realm of unexpected. That was kind of expected. John Smallbone. Yesterday's story was how he had a stolen credit card, had alerted authorities to the fact that Smallbone was in Colorado at the time, and there was worry that he might be a no-show at a court appearance. He's wanted on 72 child sex and pornography charges in Wyoming, and sure enough, he did fail to appear at that court, the invite of the court, and it took about 4 hours to figure out where he was. San Francisco, California. John Smallbone was arrested by authorities there in California. That's good news. Didn't take long. 4 hours after no showing for his arraignment, Smallbone was arrested on fugitive warrant in San Francisco. That story in the Cowboy State Daily from Greg Johnson. Let's take a brief break as we wait the arrival of our next guest, Cowboy State Daily columnist. I'm hoping Ken Buck is going to be here shortly. We'll take we took all our breaks. Let's check in on the rodeo world with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from the Montana State Fair in Great Falls, Montana. The Big Sky Pro Rodeo going on. I'll be here for 4 nights and a busy schedule. The dog days of summer are here. Fair season out there. A lot of money to be won. A lot of ground to be covered by professional rodeo cowboys. We'll check the schedule coming up.
In the heart of cowboy country, legends rise. Saturday, August 1st, Sentinel Butte hosts the 70th annual Champions Ride Saddle Bronc match, a PRCA-sanctioned battle of grit, power, and tradition. The dust flies, the crowd roars, the toughest broncs and the boldest riders go head-to-head. Grab your seat in the open-air arena, bid on your rider at the Live Calcutta, and support a powerful cause at home on the range. It all begins at 1 o'clock Mountain Time, August 1st. Tickets and info at hotrnd.com.
Northern Livestock Video Auction just concluded their successful Summertime Classic sale in Billings, Montana. The cattle market continues to be strong for both calves and yearlings with tremendous buyer support seen. Their next big sale is the early fall preview coming up August 17th. However, the consignment deadline is fast approaching. It's July 31st. To consign, contact your local Northern Livestock rep or call 1-866-616-5035 or visit northernlivestockvideo.com.
June, July, August, and the first part of September are busy. A lot of money to be won. These cowboys can go to a rodeo a day, as a matter of fact. And we're getting into fair season. Like I said, I'm at the Montana State Fair in Great Falls, Montana. Other rodeos going on this week. Dodge City, Kansas is a major out there in the heat and humidity in the land of Oz in Kansas. Lovington, New Mexico. Heber City, Utah is on the schedule there on the east side of the Wasatch Mountains. Castle Rock, Colorado going on. A couple of big rodeos in Idaho. The Warbonnet Roundup in Idaho Falls, Idaho going on. And just down the road is that famous Preston Night Rodeo in Preston, Idaho. Sidney, Montana, the Richland County Fair and Rodeo in eastern Montana going on. Strathmore, Alberta, north of the 49th parallel, is a major going on up there in Canada. And a big extreme bronc riding event in western North Dakota, Sentinel Butte, North Dakota. They call it Home on the Range bronc riding, and there's a lot of money to be won there in western North Dakota. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Well, thanks for the update on the rodeo world. As we, after Cheyenne Frontier Days, it's a series of county fairs, state fairs, where you see a lot of PRCA contestants go. Pretty soon, next month, August 11th through 15th, it'll be the Wyoming State Fair with 2 nights of PRCA rodeo, giving away big money. A lot of standings changes, a lot of shifting around of who ranks where after Cheyenne Frontier Days. Certainly, we saw that made a big difference in the top 15 standings. Well, it's been, we've had some monsoon moisture in Wyoming, some recent rains, as Don Day said, but other communities simply didn't get it and remained dry. And I'm thinking certainly of you folks in Wheatland, Wyoming, where we see an emergency water restriction. The town of Wheatland, Ordinance 13-25-020, Chief of Police issued a public service announcement reminding folks in Wheatland There are several restrictions in place on your water use, particularly irrigating your lawn. Under the ordinance, lawn watering is prohibited between the hours of 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. every day, and there is to be no watering at all of yards on Sundays. Hand watering only is allowed from the periods of 10 to 6. So I would assume if you have an irrigation system in place, you've got to turn that off and hand irrigate, hand water only between 10 and 6. These restrictions apply to residences, businesses, government entities, and everybody who uses water who's on the town of Wheatland water system. This was enacted, I think, last week, and there have been several violations noted. You'll be given they'll put a little note on your door if they catch you watering before or between the hours of 10 and 6. You'll receive, I think, one reminder, and after that, you're looking at a fine from the Wheatland Police Department, as they simply have a severe water challenges and conserving water in Wheatland. Maybe we should get a Cowboy State Daily journalist on that story. That's pretty interesting. Certainly we're in drought in the Cowboy State, despite recent rains. Some people, here in Jackson, it rained much of the night last night, which was great news for us. I think in Teton County doing a lot better than some other counties. Some areas got much needed rain from the monsoon moisture, some not so much. And certainly Wyoming as a state as a whole continues to be in severe drought. It's taken its toll, the heat wave, certainly on our fly fishermen, our anglers. If you're fly fishing, trout fishing, the Madison is closed, the Firehole River, a lot of closures of fishing in Yellowstone. Some closures already in some rivers and streams in Wyoming, and then other suggestions. Game and Fish suggest that you simply don't fish other areas, including part of the North Platte, and then strong suggestions that you fish during the early morning hours or late afternoon when temps are a little cooler, air temps are a little cooler. Water temperatures around the state approaching 70 degrees. Even the Snake River is about 68 degrees for the most part. That is warm for trout. Let's find out more of what's going on at the Game and Fish with Ray Hageman.
If you're fishing in the Green River region, some steps to consider if you're fishing for trout species. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is asking anglers to help protect one of Southwest Wyoming's premier trout fisheries by adjusting their fishing practices in the summer heat. Unseasonably warm temperatures and low flow conditions on the Green River from Flaming Gorge Reservoir upstream to the Slate Creek Campground are causing stream temperatures to regularly exceed 70 degrees in the afternoon and evening. Anglers are asked to voluntarily quit catch and release fishing on this reach of the Green River from noon until sunrise, when water temperatures are at their highest and pose a threat to the survival of released trout. Signs explaining the voluntary closure are posted at major public access points. John Walrath is Green River Regional Fisheries Supervisor. He says the Green River supports an exceptional trout fishery that is highly valued by anglers. As water temperatures rise during the summer, he says trout experience greater stress after being caught and released. By voluntarily shifting fishing to the cooler morning hours, he says anglers can make a meaningful contribution toward protecting the fishery. Warm water contains less dissolved oxygen, making it more difficult to fish to recover after being caught. As water temperatures approach 70 degrees Fahrenheit, the likelihood of released fish surviving declines significantly. Prolonged exposure to water temperatures above 75 degrees can be lethal for trout, while brief exposure to temperatures above 80 degrees is often fatal. The voluntary closure is intended to encourage anglers to fish during the morning when water temperatures are lowest and trout have the greatest chance of surviving after release. Regardless of where they fish, anglers can help improve the survival of released trout by adjusting their fishing practices as water temperatures increase through the summer. Carrying a pocket thermometer and periodically checking water temperatures is one of the simplest ways to determine when conditions become stressful for fish. When water temperatures reach 65 degrees, the department encourages anglers to harvest fish in accordance with established regulations rather than practice catch and release. Once water temperatures reach 70 degrees, anglers should discontinue catch and release fishing altogether. Consider fishing during the morning hours, as we've been mentioning. Land fish as quickly as possible to minimize exhaustion and keep that fish in the water while removing the hook whenever possible. Avoid squeezing fish or placing fingers in their gills. If a fish is deeply hooked, cut the line rather than attempting to remove the hook. If a fish is too exhausted to hold itself upright after release, and regulations allow, consider having that fish for dinner instead of releasing it. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Thank you, Ray, for all the update on game and fish. Ken Buck, I'm not sure what happened to our Cowboy State Daily columnist, former U.S. Congressman. I know Ken's latest column was concerning, again, the national debt. And just to sort of paraphrase and recap his column, Ken suggests maybe some of us have our eye off the ball when it comes to the rapid proliferation of artificial intelligence, supercomputing technologies, etc. Many Americans are worried, and maybe rightfully so, about the future of their careers. Is AI going to take jobs? But Ken would suggest the thing we should really be worried about as a job taker is going to be the current debt that we're under and the path. Ernst & Young projections show shocking job loss statistics over the next few decades if we continue at this rate of national debt. The national debt is going to hurt you more than AI or your ability, to get that job, especially for young workers. Ken Buck, warning in his latest column. That'll do it for us on a third hour. 1 hour to go on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Ask Abby coming up next hour. We'll chat with Mac Watson and Jim Allington. He's the guy who retired from Peabody Energy and found out his health money just disappeared.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. U.S. House candidate Reed Reisner's attorney filed a police report on Wednesday on a Chuck Gray supporter and former sheriff's deputy for allegedly threatening Reisner. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the former deputy denies making a threat.
I called the former deputy and he adamantly denies it. He said, no, I never made that call. I have made negative comments to Reisner on social, but I never made that call. The former deputy sent me what appears to be a screenshot of his wireless carrier's call log for him. Team Reisner sent a screenshot that appears to be his call log that shows the call as being received Sunday morning. At this point, we can't confirm if the call was made. We have dueling screenshots from both men.
A person who makes a false report to law enforcement can be charged with false reporting, and a person who lies to law enforcement in an investigation can be charged with interference, both misdemeanors. 4 hours after no showing in court on 72 child sex charges in a Wyoming court on Tuesday, John C. Smallbone was arrested in San Francisco. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Sheriff Clint Becker says, quote, "We didn't want a person with those types of charges to be out and about."
He forfeited the $250,000 cash that someone posted for him for bond. However, only 4 hours after that hearing ended, he was arrested in San Francisco on a new warrant that the judge had just issued for him. But doing the math, that cost him about $62,500 per hour of extra freedom there. The Commerce County Sheriff, when I talked to him, he said really credited his investigators for doing that. I asked the sheriff how they knew to alert the San Francisco police to look for him. And he said they really can't divulge how they knew that he was going there.
The San Francisco Sheriff's Office confirms through its online inmate roster that Smallbone remains in custody there, being held on the Wyoming fugitive felony warrant. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Wrap up your summer at the Wyoming State Fair, August 11th through the 15th in Douglas. Experience Wyoming's annual celebration of agriculture, community, and tradition with delicious fair food, carnival rides, shopping, exhibits, and unforgettable grandstand events. From Wyoming's Ranch Rodeo Finals to free breakaway roping to 2 nights of PRCA Rodeo and the Demolition Derby, there's something for everyone. Plan your trip at wystatefair.com.
This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time Cowboy Energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Teton County Search and Rescue recovered the body of an unidentified Australian man in the Teton Range on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the man, who was attempting a through hike of the Continental Divide Trail, is believed to have died from a fall off a ridgeline.
He had reached Old Faithful in Yellowstone by July 19th, and the last update his family got via satellite device was on July 23rd, but it didn't include a message or any coordinates. Teton County Search and Rescue was able to get coordinates from that message. They got a short-haul helicopter on Wednesday morning to head out to that area, and unfortunately, the man was found deceased at the bottom of a ridgeline. It's believed he died from the fall.
According to Teton County Search and Rescue, the 28-year-old Australian man was hiking the full Continental Divide Trail, a 3,028-mile route that stretches from the Rockies from Alberta, Canada, to Chihuahua, Mexico. A Utah man died after collapsing inside a Lincoln County jail following his arrest at Southwest Wyoming's Oyster Ridge Music Festival. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that 38-year-old Tyson Alvarez is being remembered by friends as someone whose struggles with addiction never got in the way of his generosity.
Lifelong friend Stacy Izat says that she knew him all her life. Growing up, he was a great guy. He would give anybody the shirt off his back. She did acknowledge that he struggled with addiction for his whole life.
The Lincoln County Sheriff's Office says EMTs cleared Alvarez for booking. He arrived at the detention center at about 9:30 p.m. and collapsed in a holding cell at about 10:20 p.m. while being booked. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
1, 2, 3, go!
Hey, look who's back. It's Mac Watson.
I am. I made it back. I couldn't believe it. We survived. Survived another vacation.
Family vacation.
Family vacation, yeah. Well, the daughter did not go.
She wasn't interested in the parks, huh?
She was not interested in going, in her words, in the middle of no flipping where. So she did not go. She stayed home, worked, did whatever, 17-year-old girls do, I guess. But my 10-year-old, so we went to 14 national parks and monuments in 10 days.
Dang.
And And I got to tell you, the one that surprised me was Capulan. I don't know whether you've ever heard this, Capulan Volcano National Monument. It is an old volcanic cone. It used to be a volcano, hasn't erupted in, how many years, but you can actually access the upper rim, the rim of the caldera, and look down to where the volcano used to spew out hot lava. But the views, you can see 4 states from this vantage point in Capulan. It was phenomenal. It really is. And as much as we may not like government stuff or the way government does stuff, or you may hate the DMV or whatever, I got to tell you, man, the park system is just wonderful. It really is. No matter where we went, no matter who we interacted with, we went to Rocky Mountain National State Park or park in Colorado. We went to Yellowstone. We went to Grand Teton. We went to Bandelier. We went to all these places. What a great experience, and what a great group of people that volunteer, some volunteer, and others who are park rangers. I will say though, my only feedback, this poor woman at the Golden Spike National Monument, where they drove the Golden Spike in northern Utah. North Ogden, yeah. There you go. Above Ogden, again, in the middle of no flipping where. Oh my God, I mean, it's not near a city at all. This poor woman, do you remember the Sweaty Balls skit on Saturday Night Live? That is exactly what this woman sounded like, trying to drum up interest as the train is approaching, because they have the train that came in and the other train that came in, and then they all meet, and then you can take a picture as they're getting ready to drive the spike and everything. But this woman barely talked about above this, trying to get people interested. Let's give the train a big round of applause. I'm like, oh, give me the mic. Just give me the microphone. Yeesh. But other than that, the national park system is so great. It really is. And, my 10-year-old is right at that cusp of, hey, I want to learn more. I want to learn about this. They answered every question, even when Dad was rolling his eyes. They answered every question, and they were so polite and so enthusiastic. He had a great time, and that's what it was all about. Mac Watson's family tour of destruction. He watched oncoming trains collide. He stared down into a volcano that erupted. There was a lot of mayhem. That's a lot in a short amount of time. You got to a lot. We went from Cody all the way down to where Texas and New Mexico, that border is, back up to southern Colorado in Cortez, over through Utah, up to Ogden, up to Rexburg, over to Jackson, through Grand Teton, into Yellowstone, and came out the east entrance to come home. So that was about 2,000 miles. In Estes Park, you had in Colorado for the Rocky Mountain. Yeah. Holy mackerel, that's a lot. Yeah, and the thing is, and you can totally empathize with this because you're from the East Coast as well. I never get bored on a road trip out here. You try to take a road trip on I-95. Yeah. Sprawl. Or it's just trees, and then urban sprawl. I never get bored driving around the Mountain West. Yeah. Never. There's always some. And the funny thing is, the weird thing is, coming or going, you get a different perspective. So you can go up the I-25 and come back and still, oh, I didn't see that, or that's really cool. So it was just great. And we went to Laramie, to the University of Wyoming, where my wife's niece is in the robotics and AI department at the University of Wyoming. They are working on a project to keep indigenous language, the Lakota language. They're using AI. They're using not robotics, but they're using video. They're developing a video game to teach the Lakota language to kids. Just mind-blowing
Nice.
stuff. And they've got a whole big like sound, whatever it's called, like you make a movie. And my son actually put on the jacket and everything that has those little dots on it that they do the CGI imaging stuff. I mean, this girl's like 20 years old and she is just brilliant.
Huh.
So, I mean, University of Wyoming, impressive. Laramie, I loved Laramie. I hear it's not that great in the winter, but I mean, we just had a great time.
Campus should be a ghost town right now before the kids come back, but they were still doing work. And
they're still doing projects because they're getting paid by NASA. They're getting paid by agencies, whatever.
Yeah.
So that's when they really ramp up and work during the summer. Yeah.
Yeah. What a tour. That's fun.
Yeah, and of course it's all because of my wife. I would get lost, getting out of the parking lot at Walmart. I'd get lost. Are you kidding me? So my wife came up with every day, where we're going to be, what we're going to do. And it also helped my 10-year-old understand, hey, buddy, we can't stay here too long because then we won't be able to see this over here. So, and then we took a couple of days in the middle in Cortez and just vegged out, went into town and went to somewhere, where was it? We went to, I don't think it was Bandelier. I think it was somewhere else. But anyway, we took some day trips and just vegged out a little bit. But it was great. It really was. And only one meltdown. And that was me.
And
so,
that was you. No way, was it?
That was, why isn't this toilet open? That kind of thing. So no, it was great. It was great. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the wife served as your AAA triptych, keep you on task, on schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's really funny? You mentioned AAA triptychs.
Yeah.
I talked to somebody in their 40s. They have no clue what I'm talking about. No clue.
Come on.
Nobody remembers triptychs anymore that AAA used to create for you.
Yeah.
If you were a member, you could call them and say, I'm going from point A to point B. Give me every national park or give me every, ball of string museum I need to see, on the way. And they would create it and then give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now with GPS, it's like you just type in restaurants and you just go down the list kind of thing.
Yes. It's gotten so much easier, faster, better. Although, how many times have we seen the GPS takes you somewhere weird? Like, that's not a road.
Oh, right. God, like those people up in, that German couple that got like ditched. I mean, they ditched their car.
Yeah.
Because Google told them to go up a dirt road or whatever. Oh my God, I remember that. Jeez. Yeah. So yeah, it was a great trip. It really was. But, that's going to be the big major vacation. We always take one a summer if we can. You can't satisfy everybody. So we try to, we'll stay here, we'll go here and try to make it all work. But, it's much better than when I was a kid, but we just went to the beach. I mean, my parents were lazy. It was just, we're going to go to the beach for a week. And my dad would literally sleep the entire time because he was just so damn tired.
Yeah.
So, and the kids would make sandcastles and my sister and I would play in the ocean and pick up, horseshoe crabs and find sand fleas and stuff like that.
Sometimes the adults have to use a vacation to recharge.
That's a great point too. You have to take a vacation when you get back from vacation.
The way you did it, you went crazy. You were like,
yeah. And then we got back Sunday afternoon and I am still catching up.
Yeah.
Because then I had to go back to work on Monday, because people are just clamoring to see my lovely face doing the news. But, people are, they want the video newscast, which I understand. But my point is, I'm still trying to catch up and I'm still like in a fog. Like, where am I supposed to be? What are we doing today? So you need a vacation from the vacation if you do something that intense.
I'm not surprised in your case because you did a lot. Yeah. You overachieved. What about next summer? Does the girl get to do what she wants?
We're thinking about, because my son is really into volcanoes now. And my wife and I have been to the Big Island in Hawaii where the Volcanoes National Park is.
Oh, yeah.
And because it's Hawaii, my daughter hears influencer.
She could do that.
So we're thinking about just going to the Big Island. Now, my wife wants to go to I think it's Molokai. Do you remember what Molokai used to be?
Is it Hawaii?
Yeah.
Because that's the one state I have not been to. Alaska and Hawaii I have not been to. I've been all the rest.
Molokai was this tiny little island they used to use as a leper colony.
Ooh.
You say ooh, I say ew. I'm not going. But my wife is adamant she wants to visit the leper colony because they hear people, it's beautiful, but they will never develop it. It's almost pristine because of the history.
Right.
They decided to keep not that anybody still really lives there. I mean, we have leprosy isn't a big deal like it used to be, but they kept it almost intact. So it's kind of like a historical go back in time kind of thing. And then we also go to the Big Island.
Like Galapagos. You could go to a place that's like human footprint is minimal or
Yes.
Except for the
Right,
lepers.
but I'm like, it's a leper colony. She's like, you're not going to catch anything. I'm like, you don't know that.
Make sure you enunciate that careful for the daughter so she doesn't think she's going to see big cats. Oh, I love leopards.
Or the old hairband. We're going to see Def Leppard. Yeah, it's going to be great.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but we'll leave her on a beach. And then we'll go to see Kilauea and the lava and all that stuff.
Yeah, you make TikToks and get a sunburn, and we'll take the kid up to this mountain that's going to spew lava. All right.
Exactly. And you know what's really funny? My wife and I went there like 10, 15 years ago. It had erupted and started oozing lava and literally paved over a subdivision.
Whoa.
People couldn't live there anymore. It literally went over driveways. It went over houses. And people were like, oh, well, we'll just build another house. I'm like, are you serious? We don't have to deal with that here, thank God.
No, can you imagine trying to get homeowners insurance in some places in Hawaii, like near...
Right, Kilauea. No.
It's like hail damage, and then you got, lava, we can't insure you.
Right, and it looks like, it's the weirdest thing. It looks like somebody just spilled a crap ton of asphalt for miles.
When it's
and it makes no
cools
sense
and
it's not a road.
hardens. Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's all black. So it looks like blacktop for miles. And it goes over, like I said, driveways, houses, whatever. So you're like, it looks like somebody just didn't know how to do their job and spilled all this asphalt. No, that's lava. They can't live there anymore.
Dang. I love when it hits the water, when it hits the ocean. That's pretty cool science experiment right there.
Yeah, there was one I think I don't know. It was Craters of the Moon in Idaho.
Yeah,
they actually have a lava tunnel, a lava tube that you can actually go into. I mean, again, just this almost perfectly round where the lava shot out and must have interacted with like water or something. That it immediately did whatever, and then over time it's disintegrated, and it leaves this perfect like tube-like thing that you can actually go into. Oh, here's another one. Carlsbad Caverns. Carlsbad Caverns, one of the biggest caves in the world, underground caves. There's another part in on a different part of the park. So you can go into the park, you can literally go down 7 stories into this massive cave, right?
That's New Mexico, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's all the way down by Texas and the Mexico border.
Yeah.
At night, you go back at about 7:15 and you wait. And you're right by this big cave entrance. And you wait.
Bats fly out. Really?
40 to 50,000 bats.
Woo!
We were there for 25, 30 minutes, and it was just this vortex, and then they go. They come out in this vortex, and then they go off and feed for the night. But there are some bats that are down in the cave so deep, it takes them an hour just to get out, so it's dark by the time they get out. We didn't see them.
That's
just amazing.
Long commute.
Holy cow. It's like living in Long Island and commuting into Manhattan kind of thing. But again, everybody was stone silent. You are just like, now I lived in Austin, so I've seen the South Congress Bridge bats. That's about, I forget how many it is, but that's a pretty cool deal. They go out or they come up out of the bridge, the bottom of the bridge, across the river, and then they go and feed. This was a vortex that came out of the cave mouth. That was cool as hell.
Does it make noise? Is there noise?
Fluttering. You hear a flutter. Again, it's stone silent. Nobody's saying a word.
Yeah.
and you hear like this rustling of wind and this little bit, you know how they chatter, that little chatter?
No,
squeak,
I don't.
like they're putting out sonar. They're putting out sonar. It sounds like a squeak, 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 but it's real soft.
Cool.
That's all you hear for like a half hour. It was amazing.
This is like the night version of the swallows of Capistrano. This is the bats of. This is why you can't find a mosquito in southern New Mexico. Bats are out there.
It was bugless. I'll tell you that.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So that was really cool too. That was really cool. But the thing that got me is because we always go to a Walmart or we always try to go to like a tchotchke place to see the T-shirts.
Yeah.
What is the Carlsbad High School mascot?
The bats.
That's what you would think.
Yeah.
It's not. What do you think it is?
That's my guess. The bats.
Caveman.
Oh, caveman.
With a Neanderthal looking guy with a club. I'm like, oh, I have to get that T-shirt.
Yeah.
That's their high school mascot. Oh my God. So can you imagine you're the kid that, growing up, you're awkward, you've got acne, and you look a little Cro-Magnon. Hey, buddy, can you be our mascot for the next 3-4 years? Yeah. Can you show up at basketball games, with a club and a loincloth kind of thing? Oh, God.
Or just, the play-by-play guy. The cavemen are just clubbing the poor bats tonight.
Right.
Man,
well, that was a dumb play. Well, they are cavemen, Bill.
Right.
Right. So, but it was a great trip. It really was. And, again, my wife is really good at, we need to go from here to here. We can eat here. We carry a bunch of food with us so we don't have to go into a restaurant, out of a restaurant. It was great. It was great.
Mac's wife is available for booking your National Geographic tour. Probably.
Absolutely. She will tell you every place you need to go. Absolutely.
Very
and get
nice.
you there on time.
Thanks, Mac.
All right. Have a good weekend.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a break. Ask Abby next.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
music means it's time for Ask Abby. There she is. Rocking the Sims hat, yeah?
The Sims hat, yes.
That's fishing.
You're all in black. Look at you.
I know. I don't normally.
It's summertime, you know?
Well, this shirt.
You got music off already? My Lord.
Sorry, Abby. She needs silence to think of the answers.
Yeah.
This shirt is like on the verge of being discontinued by my wardrobe selection process. Like I'm thinking of phasing it out, throwing it out, giving it away. Like,
okay.
So this is the last chance for this shirt. If I feel it's performing, maybe I'll keep it.
All right. I think that's a great plan.
It will depend on your vote. Thumbs up, thumbs down, and whether it stays in the lineup.
I am going to give it a thumbs up.
Interesting. All right.
Thumbs up.
We're going to go with the thumbs up. Oops. We get the buzzer ready. No, that was a mistake.
Okay.
This is not a surprise here. This, care to guess what song is currently the song of the summer? It is a smash hit for 2020, the biggest hit of 2026. It just broke records set by Mariah Carey and Taylor Swift. Maybe you've heard of her. This song's bigger than all of them.
Really?
What is it?
This is great news. Is it a female artist or a male artist?
Female.
Is it Ella Langley?
It is.
Cha-ching.
Good job. Oh, good job. That's our first correct answer. Yeah, Ella Langley's Choosing Texas is rocking it, man. She's got like 18 straight weeks, #1 in the UK. That's a record. Most streams, most everything. Everything. It's great. The song is great. She's great. But at this point, it's annoying for me, a DJ, whenever I play at the Cowboy Bar. That's all anyone wants to hear. And there was a period where, it was Bad Bunny dominated reggaeton. It was like Bad Bunny. There's other music. Do you realize? And the only country song for a long time anybody ever knew is Brooks and Dunn, Boot Scoot Boogie, Boot Scoot Boogie, and all they want is Ella. Can you play? And I'd be like, I just played an Ella Langley song, a really good one. Be Her. That's popular. No, Choosing Texas. That's all they want.
Give the people what they want, Jake.
I do, but I don't like to play the song more than once a night. I try to save it for prime time. At 7 p.m., they're clamoring for it. And at 7:15, they want it again. All right. Trivia. Every fifth grader. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? Trivia from the internet. Feeling up for it?
Oh, gosh. Yep. Let's do it.
Which includes some repeat questions. So we'll see what your retention level is as well. The only state that can be typed on one row of the keyboard.
You've asked me this before.
I know. I'm seeing if you're paying attention.
Oh. And here I am staring at my keyboard.
Yep, it's the middle row. I'll give you that hint.
The middle row?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's not Florida. It's not Georgia. It's vowel is an A.
And it's not the Florida-Georgia line either, speaking of country music.
Line. It is Alaska.
Oh, my goodness. Abby gets it. You're 1 for 1. Good start. And you got the Ella Langley. You're 2 for 2.
I was going to say, 2 for 2.
Let's see. How about, what does the term dinosaur actually mean? Good question for Andrew Rossi. What does dinosaur mean if you were to translate it?
What does dino mean?
Yeah. Well, you're never going to get that if you're trying to understand the Latin. I mean, unless you're a Latin. Here's how you'll get it. What would a 7-year-old think if you showed them a dinosaur and they had no idea what it was called? A little kid would see a dinosaur and say, that's a
big lizard.
Kinda. We're going to give it to you. A terrible lizard.
Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty darn close.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. What mammal sleeps more than a cat? Not much. I can tell you that. I know you love cats. This mammal sleeps longer than any other mammal. Always asleep.
I feel like last time we talked about this, I think I wanted to say sloth, but then sloths aren't actually sleeping. They're just slow. And so then maybe, was it koala?
Koala's number 2.
Oh, what's number 1?
A bat. We were just talking about bats, Mac and I.
Yeah.
Okay. Still pretty darn good. We're with you here. You're doing great. Okay, the following have one thing in common, or at least one thing we're looking for in the answer. Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, who an apple fell on his head and he discovered gravity, Charles Darwin, the whole Darwin was evolution, and Benjamin Franklin.
What do they have in common?
Yes, other than they're all pretty smart.
They're all men.
It's correct, but not the answer we were looking for. So we kind of give you a mixed bag. You're right and wrong.
They're all white.
We can't accept that.
I like that you're making rules now.
Right. Well, who else is the boss of this thing?
You're right.
I'm the
You're
questioner. Right. You're the answerer.
I don't know.
It's probably, I mean, it wouldn't be really evident to you or anyone. They're all left-handed.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, who doesn't know that? Fifth graders all know that? I don't know. What is the first product to have a barcode? Remember when we invented barcodes so we all knew the price? So machines knew the price of stuff?
The first product.
First product to get a barcode.
This is just going to have to be a guess here.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you can.
Aren't they all?
Yeah. I'm just thinking how I can maybe try to eliminate a category of things. I want to say it's not it probably wasn't a food item.
Right. It's not it's not an orange. Although you do put it in your mouth, although it's not a food item.
Toothpaste.
No. You would chew but not swallow.
Gum.
Pack of Wrigley gum.
Wrigley's gum. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, well, it wasn't terrible.
Okay, I think we have had some of these before, but it's been so long, it's hard to remember. If you were to look at a standard deck of 52 cards, pull out the 4 kings, one of those kings does not have a mustache. Which one?
That's funny. I'm going to say it's either the heart or the diamond.
Pick one.
Heart.
Yes. Wow. Why did you guess? You went with red or just felt like hearts or diamonds?
I just think that the black cards have I could see the black mustache in my brain somewhere.
I feel you. Yeah. Yeah.
And not on the red. I don't see a red mustache in my brain.
Oh my goodness. It's frightening. I'm starting to think like you. I'm on that track. I'm tracking with you. Oh, that's scary. All right. We're going to get a little harder, maybe. Approximately 90% of the world's recoverable helium is located in what state?
Oh, you have asked this before.
Who got lots of helium? It's not Wyoming. I would have guessed us because we got gas.
Are they a neighbor?
What's that?
Are they one of Wyoming's neighbors?
No. They got a lot of oil also.
Texas?
Correct. Apparently, it's all sitting under Amarillo, too. I didn't know that. What is the study of philematology? P-H-I-L, Phil.
Plants.
E-M, no. Oops, no.
Philematology.
Philematology. Philo. Does sound like plants, right?
Yeah.
It could be the study of plants, as if I was going to plant one on you.
What?
Yeah. Oh, come on. This should be the only clue you need. Pucker up, darling. I'm going to plant one on you. The study of...
kissing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Someone's out there studying that, huh?
Someone. Yeah. And if it's your boyfriend, I would find another one. I'm just studying filament. I'm getting a master's in philematology with her and her and her and her. Yeah. Don't fall for that.
Don't fall for that.
What restaurant chain has the most locations in the world?
Is it fast food?
Kinda, yeah.
Well, I want to say Starbucks, but McDonald's maybe? I don't know.
There seems to be a Starbucks on every block of every city. But I don't think they'd be considered a restaurant chain. No, it's not Starbucks or McDonald's.
Is there one in Wyoming?
Oh, yeah. There's lots of them. We have one in Jackson, but I think it just closed.
Oh. There's not a lot of fast food in Jackson, so that should have been a really good hint.
Really? I don't know. I mean, the big hint is, how about this one? Their spokesperson was recently fired. Well, not recent, years ago.
That's the big clue?
Yeah, don't you remember? Jared?
Oh, Subway.
Subway
was my first job, Jake.
Was it really?
I was a sandwich artist. I loved it.
Oh, wow. What kind of scoops can you give us? Tips on ordering?
No, I probably don't have any scoops because that was like 30 years ago.
Yeah. Subway.
It was my first job and I did really like it. It was fun. I liked being in the back and cutting all the vegetables and not having to talk to anyone. It's great.
Yeah, and if you feel like you're accomplishing stuff, like you're making sandwich, making people happy.
Yeah, and you're like regular old friends come in and they get the same thing, and yep, those were fun days.
Wow, and you went from slinging subs to slinging booze eventually. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, I went from subs to jeans because I worked at the Buckle and I was slinging denim there.
Oh, and you had to refold. I can't.
Oh, yeah.
If I like pull out a pair of pants, I can't fold it like it was folded to begin with. So I just stuff them back where they were. And then you got to fix it.
Yeah. Yep. Those were good times. And then I started slinging booze.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're learning stuff about Ask Abby. 2 more questions. The largest distributor of toys in the world. It's not FAO Schwartz, and you have mentioned the correct answer before in this segment.
Today?
Yeah. You already called it right, but you got it on the wrong question. Largest toy distributor. Think outside the box. Yes. McDonald's. The Happy Meals. Okay, finally, and for all the marbles, double or nothing, toilet paper was invented in this country. It's so random. Like this country invented a lot of stuff, by the way. The origins of like many things.
China?
Yeah. China invented toilet paper. Who knew, right?
I did because I guessed right.
You did know. Ask Gabby Jean. Tell her what she's won. A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff.
Cowboy State Daily Show has now gone into bankruptcy, paying off Abby for her success today. Smarter than a 5th grader. Abby, have a great weekend.
Bye, Jake.
Bye. Cowboy State Daily Show. One more guest left. Jim Allington joins us. He's the guy who retired from Peabody Energy and watched his health benefits vanish. Not cool.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
And we're back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show, and we'll chat here with Jim Allington, straight out of Douglas, Wyoming. Are you in Douglas right now?
Yes, sir.
You got that state fair coming up here pretty quick?
Yeah.
That's always fun. We talked to Courtney, who is the GM for the Wyoming State Fair. We talked to her yesterday. Earlier today, we talked to a lawyer. We were trying to take your case under consideration, Jim. Did you hear that interview?
I did not.
We talked to a lawyer out of Chicago that specializes in representing employees that feel like they were given the shaft. No matter like what it is, if you were passed over for a promotion or promised something by your employer, perhaps in retirement, and watch that go away. This story by Kate Meadows and the Cowboy State Daily. Longtime Peabody Energy employee Jim Allington is with us. Jim, first, before we get to your frustration with watching health benefits go away, what was the job there with Peabody while you were working? Some people say, Peabody's a real good company to work for in energy and extraction, but they're faced with tough times, certainly trying to make the books balance. They've been in and out of bankruptcy. But while you were working there, how was it, and what did you do?
Well, when I first started there in 93, it was one of the best jobs in Wyoming. We had 100% medical, dental, vision. It was, great to work for.
Yeah.
It was a close-knit group. And for 7 years, I just ran equipment. And then I started supervising in coal, and then went to drill and blast and supervisor in the drag line, pit pumping, overburden and coal again. So pretty much everything out in the pit.
Yeah.
I drove it for 25 years.
Yeah. Those big giant trucks with coal in them. Look, I'm going to share one of these rigs. Holy cow. I would love to drive that thing. I would love to use that to find parking spaces in Jackson today. You just create your own. Anywhere. Right. You would just whoops, I might be on top of some cars. Who knows? Yeah, those things are gigantic. Although when you get a flat tire, that might not be fun. Okay, so a good job taken care of. But then, coal hits a downturn, supply, demand. Democratic president in Washington, who knows? Suddenly coal's public enemy number one. Peabody has tough times. And what was the retirement package you were expecting? Now, there's pension, and then there was money promised for health benefits.
Yes. First of all, they took away our pension.
Oh.
And upped our 401k a little bit. And then they took away our health insurance after retirement and gave us this RMA. They called it a bucket of money, and it was rated on your age and your years worked. And mine was just a little over 260,000 that I could use when I retired, and just for medical and insurance.
Yeah. And you would, yeah.
At first, it was supposed to be until you died or you ran out of money. And then about 5 years ago, I believe they switched it to you can only use it until you're 65, and then that money's gone.
And this
now they've turned it into it's gone at the end of the year. So,
and it's not money. It's not a pool of money you can access unless you're just it's for reimbursement for actual. You can't say, give me my $240,000 now. I'm taking it all out. You're just reimbursed for medical expenses.
Yes, you pay for your insurance and your medical, and they reimburse me, since I'm single, up to $11,000 a year.
Yeah.
If you're married, they'd reimburse you up to $20,000.
Well, during your time of employment, it's nice to know your health, your medical is covered. Obviously, you could get injured, but the time many of us really need health insurance is when we start to get older and you're going to have issues come up. That's when you were hoping to have it. You were depending on it. You had used 20,000 of the 260, so you thought you had still a pretty good pot that was going to carry you over. And then Peabody, what was that letter like? Was it a letter in the mail saying, guess what, that we're not going to do this anymore?
Yeah, it just said that they could no longer sustain paying it, and they want to give us early notice so we could do something about it. But what are we going to do about it in 5 months?
Yeah. Well, that's a tough break. And then, so what about today? The workers today, are they going to see anything, or we don't know what they might see in retirement?
Well, a lot of the new workers did not even have the RMA.
They don't even get it. Yeah.
No. So the old workers, or the seasoned workers there that has been there a while, they're supposed to get some kind of lump sum put into their 401k. I don't know what that'll be.
Well,
retirees don't get anything.
Yeah, and we did talk to that lawyer, and Cowboy State Daily journalist Kate Meadows. We've looked into it, tried to get answers from Peabody, and it looks like, when it comes to these health benefits, that it is something that an employer can take away. That they can promise it, and then when it turns out that it's going to cost them too much, they can just say, we're not doing it. It sucks, but what can you do?
Right. I've talked to people that they're going to have to go out and find jobs.
Yeah. They
can't afford. We had all this planned out, and we got the letter, and, I can survive it. I'll have to skimp on some stuff and not do stuff, but I don't think it's justified.
No, think about people who put in 20, 30 years or more and, counting on money, counting on health benefits, and then watching that go away. And Peabody's idea of a heads up is this is going away in months. Yeah, that's a tough deal. Well, I appreciate you sharing the story with Cowboy State Daily, Kate Meadows. I hope we bring attention to it. Maybe it will help somebody in the future. Maybe it'll help you. We don't know, but so far it is what it is. Peabody has discontinued the health benefits that many were counting on, including this guy, Jim Allington, with us.
And I don't think the upper management or the corporate realize that you're driving out there 73 miles one way and you're working 12 and 3/4 hour shifts. That gets harder and harder the older you get. So that's why a lot of people wanted to retire a little bit early.
Yeah. And that's probably with a lot of industries where, the higher ups, the brass, the admin, the boss, the CEO, they should go work a day. And see what it is all about, because there's a huge disconnect, I'm sure, in a lot of industry, and certainly that one where the high ups in a high up office somewhere in a big building, they don't know what it takes to make that business go.
And I will say our management there at North Antelope Rochelle, they all worked out in the pits pretty much, so it's above their head.
Yeah, you should be required to have to work your way up. You should know Boss for a Day, that TV show. That should be a requirement. Thanks, Jim, for being on.
Thank you, and I appreciate everything.
You bet. Have a great weekend.
All right, you also.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Whoop, I turned off my music. There we go. Cowboy State Daily Show here on this Thursday. It's been a fun one. We had a lot going on. Chiquita Hall Jackson, that's who is the Chicago attorney. Her firm specializes in employers and employee discrimination, retaliation, workplace rights cases, stuff like that. she kind of took a look at it all the way over from Chicago and said, there's just Peabody's not doing anything illegal. You got to read the fine print when it comes to retirement benefits. What's a pension? What's health benefits? And what can a company promise and take away? And there's not much recourse some employees have. Chiquita Hall Jackson was on earlier this morning, and she said it's not fair, but it's not illegal. Bill Wiley was here to talk UW sports. Congrats again to those Cheyenne Sixers. Man, for the last 7 years, 6 of those times, the state championship baseball team has been the Cheyenne Sixers, and they are building some kind of a legend. That baseball team, they're off to Medford, Oregon to compete in regionals now. They'll take on Hawaii on August 5th to start regional play. So best of luck to the Sixers. Matt Micheli was here. You recognize the name probably. Matt is behind this Peacemaker effort. And recently we saw several Wyoming hopefuls, candidates for office, sign this pledge to run a respectful campaign, a peaceful campaign, a peacemaker campaign. Love thy enemies was what they were required to sign. The highest profile being gubernatorial candidates Megan Degenfelder and Eric Barlow both signed this pledge to run a campaign that would not involve mudslinging. That's a whole big effort by Matt and others to put Jesus Christ forefront into politics. We know how divisive politics have become. And the Peacemaker documentary premieres, debuts tonight in Cheyenne at 6 o'clock at LCCC if you're interested in seeing that. It was great having Chad Auer on. Chad's running for Superintendent of Public Instruction, and we had a good dialogue with him. Tyler Gonzalez from UW is here, and he's shape-shifting proteins and finding solutions to how to transport vaccines that like to live in 80 below Celsius temperature. How do you get them from point A to point B and keep them cold? His solution is you dry them out. Brilliant. Ask Abby Thursday. That was fun as well. But we are now out of time. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, for a Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Thanks for making us a part of your morning this morning. Have a great day. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.